2022 meeting of the Boulder City Council. We're going to kick it off with a couple announcements. Can you get those up on the screen, please? COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. So for information and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, please go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. The Boulder site is at 2445 Stasio Drive, open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccine information and provider locations, go to boco.org/COVID vaccine. All right, and here we are in August, and during the entire month of August, RTD is offering zero fares across its system as part of the Zero Fare for Better Air initiative. This collaborative statewide initiative, made possible by Colorado Senate Bill 22180 in partnership with the Colorado Energy Office, is designed to reduce ground level ozone by increasing use of public transit. Current RTD customers will also benefit, as you will not have to use or purchase fare products from August 1st to the 31st during Colorado's high ozone season. So by taking advantage of free transit in August, you can save money on gas and parking, avoid the frustration of driving in traffic, help improve our air quality by reducing single occupancy vehicle traffic, and use your commute to catch up on work, listen to music, or read a book. So for more info, please visit RTD's site at www.rtd-denver.com/zerofare. Okay, so that's it for the announcements. So Alicia, can we go ahead and do, well, I will call the meeting to order first.
Good evening, everyone. Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here. Hi, Alicia. I want to say happy Thursday.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Pollock.
Here.
Weiner.
Present.
And Yates.
Right here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Great. So I'm going to kick us off by asking if we could get a motion to amend the agenda to add item 6B, a COVID-19 and hybrid council meetings discussion, and the meeting tonight.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, do a quick show of hands. All right, looks unanimous. So the agenda is hereby amended. All right, now we can move right on into our open comment. We have 20 speakers signed up, I believe. And if I could turn it over for a description of our conventions and expectations for public comments.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And Emily is pulling up those slides now. Thank you, Emily. So we know that some of you have heard these slides many times, and we appreciate your patience as we share them for those who may be joining us for the first time or who don't join us as often. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversation. This vision is designed to support physical and emotional safety for community members, for staff, and for city council, as well as supporting democracy for people of all ages, all identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about the process that led to the creation of this vision, please visit our website, bouldercolorado.gov. The easiest thing to do is to type productive atmospheres into the search box once you're on the homepage. Next slide, please. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines to support this vision, and these will be upheld during this meeting tonight. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct this meeting are prohibited, and participants were required to sign up to speak using the name you're commonly known by and must display your whole name before being allowed to speak online. If you think your whole name is not displayed, please let me know in the Q&A box and I'm happy to change it for you. And currently only audio testimony is permitted online. Thank you, Emily. And we are ready to proceed.
Very good. All right, everyone will get 2 minutes to speak, and our first 3 speakers are Jan Burton, Emily Reynolds, and Allison Conti.
Jan, you
Good
should.
evening,
Here you go.
Good evening, council and staff. Jan Burton, 11th Street on the Hill. On the morning of July 4th, just a month ago, the music was blaring throughout the Hill. The parties had already started. Commercial grade fireworks were exploding throughout the neighborhood all day long, but nipping it in the bud is nothing the city has ever excelled at. By the end of the night, due to a social media post, one party had blown up into a mini riot with party seekers from Denver and other cities joining in. Despite police attempts to shut it down, partiers set bushes on fire, jumped on cars, and set off fireworks. More alarming, just a few blocks away, more than 80 bullets were fired from an automatic handgun and an AR-15 style long gun. This was right in the middle of housing and only a few blocks from a church, a city park, and the Hill Commercial District. I hope each of you agree that guns, fireworks, and fires are not just a nuisance to be suffered by Hill residents. These are serious public safety issues for the entire city. Yet most of these violations start with seemingly innocent house parties and what the city has defined as quote unquote nuisance. Now, almost a year and a half since the April 2021 riot, you finally have legislation to consider. Please pass that legislation on September 4th on emergency basis to begin progress towards improving safety for our city. But don't stop there. Ask your city manager in the 2023 budget to prioritize headcount, data collection, detailed enforcement procedures, and a new chronic nuisance ordinance dealing with landlords and offending properties. Please involve the entire city staff, not just the police and the Hill Working Group. Please join Rachel and Mark in their efforts and be that council that finally takes actions we have needed for years. Thank you so much.
Jan, your time was up, but thank you so much for your testimony. Emily Reynolds, Allison Conti, Michelle Rodriguez.
I don't currently see Emily Reynolds on the list, so we will go to Allison Conti.
Good evening. I'm here to advocate for the decriminalization of psilocybin mushrooms in Boulder County and Boulder City. I come to you as a homeowner, a professional, and a spiritual guide. I've lived in Boulder for 10 years. I also went to college here many moons ago, and I hold a master's degree from Case Western Weatherhead School of Management. I work as an instructor of executive leadership programs at Harvard Business School, and as a consultant and executive coach to large global organizations. I also run a leadership program for women changemakers on the spiritual path. I'm an ordained priestess, a spiritual guide, and a shamanic practitioner. With my husband, a Christian pastor who spoke to this council 2 weeks ago, I co-founded a nonprofit spiritual organization here in Boulder. I've spent 30 years on the shamanic path, and I have studied with a number of First Nations wisdom keepers. I currently work under the mentorship of an Indigenous grandmother, a lineage holder, and I recently completed a year-long training within a Native American lineage tradition as a ceremonial guide working with what Native Americans call plant medicines and what Christians call sacraments. Psilocybin mushrooms have been an important part of my spiritual life for 10 years. This is a safe and sincere form of prayer, and it has generated the most significant experiences of my spiritual life. I have witnessed many people receive spiritual guidance and healing from this practice. I consider it to be a protected form of prayer under the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. So I'm here today with all of my training, skills, and responsibilities as a spiritual guide to ask you to decriminalize psilocybin in Boulder for use in spiritual ceremony.
But thank you so much for your testimony. I'm sorry, that was Allison. Sorry, Emily wasn't there. Sorry, Allison, apologize for that. Okay, next we have Michelle Rodriguez, Celeste Landry, and Patrick Murphy.
Michelle, you should be able to unmute now.
Michelle, we're not able to hear you.
Michelle, I see. Oh, she can't see the timer and we can't hear you, Michelle. You may need to press the mute button. And then we can start the timer over.
Michelle, it may be muted on your end. So if you can unmute on your end, that would be helpful. No, maybe we can come back to you, Michelle. So
yep, I'll reach out to Michelle on the chat and see if we can't work that out for a later time on the list.
Thanks, we'll come back. Next we have Celeste Landry then.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to speak to the proposal to move to council elections to even years. First, I wish that we could have a broader community discussion before the ballot text is determined. Waiting for the council's official public hearing seems kind of late. So what are some of these often forgotten details that need to be discussed? One of them is the impact of moving council elections to even years will probably end up with a dramatic increase in the number of signatures needed for citizens' initiatives, council recalls, and referenda on council actions, making the citizen petition process much more difficult. By all accounts, Coloradans highly value the citizen petition process, yet I've heard barely any mention of this issue. So please consider changing the signature percentage requirements in the ballot text when you meet at the next meeting and not kick this can down the road to be dealt with in future years. A second point, how will moving to even year elections possibly impact council vacancies that arise? That's something to consider. Currently, a single council seat can remain empty for a year. How many council members who are halfway through their term will run for a different office in an even year, leading to a special election in the following odd year to fill the vacancy? And finally, please don't use the mayoral contest as the basis for the number of petition signatures needed. The mayoral contest might be uncontested or might have several candidates vying. The multi-winner council contest would be a more reliable indicator of turnout than a single winner contest. Please fully consider the issue of election timing in the context of Boulder and Colorado, rather than focusing a lot on what other out-of-state jurisdictions have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. Now we have Patrick Murphy, Joshua Harrison, and Carolyn Usher.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I've lived in Boulder for 52 years. Add one more dumb idea to the Boulder Energy Future List. So Boulder wants to buy all the light poles and change them to LEDs. Why is that dumb? Everything that they aren't telling us, that's what. Every town around us has had LED street lights years ago, and Excel did the conversion. That's right, years ago, while Boulder was pursuing the Mooney boondoggle, we could have had Excel convert all our street lights to LEDs. All that savings in money and greenhouse gas from the electricity are down the drain because we were so smart, we said no to the conversion. What was the stated reason and what was the unstated reason for that decision? The stated reason was that we didn't like the color temperature of the LEDs. That was based on the idea that the streetlights would keep us awake. Interestingly, there has been no lost sleep outcry from all the towns around us that did the conversion years ago. The unstated reason was that if the muni happened, it would cost us more since Excel would have to get reimbursed for the conversion. This is just one more example of Boulder Energy leadership's warped logic. One justification for this purchase is that Boulder would do the maintenance and it would be so much better than Excel. Right, kind of like our poor library funding and our sky-high water bills that followed the 2013 floods that revealed a poorly maintained water system. Nope, this is just another costly, dumb idea. We can get all the benefits of LED streetlights by saying yes instead of spending $7 million. Keeping leftover muni personnel and attitudes is a continuation of propaganda promises, platitudes, and paychecks with no cost-benefit analysis or financial audits. When asked for more climate action money in November, be skeptical. Be very skeptical.
Thank you, Patrick. Now we have Joshua Harrison, Carolyn Usher, and Aaron Gabriel.
I am not seeing Joshua, so we will move on to Carolyn.
I just got a text from a community member that they thought that it was 7 o'clock where we were going to be doing this. Do you know why that would be?
I can answer that, Tara. Apparently, we missed one section, which was the calendar that had the meeting starting at 7 o'clock due to the Tuesday and the late night out. So what we did first thing this morning is get that corrected, and we've let several community members know that it was corrected. So
I think that they're writing to me now that they didn't know it was corrected. So they're going to try to get on, just FYI.
Okay.
Well, if they're in open comment, if they log on now, they can still participate. We'll come back to anybody that wasn't here when we read their name. Thanks for that, Chair. And now we're at Carolyn Usher, I believe.
And Carolyn, you should be able to unmute. I see that you're on the phone. You may need to press *6 on your phone.
Unmute. Got it. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Strap in. We're going on a high-speed romp through 3 issues. On issue number 1, odd versus even year city council voting stays the course. I never like the answer because that's the way we've always done it, but sometimes there are good reasons for keeping things the way they are. Number 1, I want to have time to consider my choices unencumbered by national issues and candidates. Number 2, everyone gets a mail-in ballot. No one is being disenfranchised. Number 3, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Issue number 2, affordable housing. Actions have long-term consequences. If you allow new building with 25% affordable and the rest are luxury units to offset developers' loss, does that not cause the average income in Boulder to go up, thereby making it more difficult for the average citizen to live here? And this says nothing about the added greenhouse gases from increased traffic and spreading our diminished water supply thin. Issue number 3, crime. Want affordable housing? If crime continues unchecked by revolving door policies, property values will fall and boom, problem solved, affordable housing, undesirable perhaps, but affordable. I quote, amid rising crime and scrutiny of cops, there is an exodus of police chiefs in Denver suburbs. And I reference Denver police in today's Daily Camera or the Denver Post. Props to Chief Harold and our amazing police force. We know you're doing the best you can. To recap, keep odd year city council voting. Consider the unintended consequences of allowing more building, and please take a hard look at the revolving door policy on crime. Thank you for listening and your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Carolyn. I hear we have Emily Reynolds back in. So Brenda, can we bring her forward?
Emily, you should be able to unmute. Yep, there you go.
Thanks so much. Good evening, everyone. I remember when Boulder was welcoming, inclusive, and safe. Sadly, public spaces in central Boulder have become dangerous. Boulder Creek is a hazardous and unsafe destination. I'd love to walk my dog down the creek path, but I don't want him to step in feces or on a used syringe. Nor do I want to meet armed repeat criminals on meth and fentanyl. I avoid the Pearl Street Mall, main library, bike paths, Central Park, and events held there. and the Boulder Museum of Contemporary Art and the Dushanbe Tea House and the Farmers Market. I no longer feel safe in these areas due to high crime and lack of meaningful city-supported monitoring or safety precautions. Neighbors and friends avoid these areas too. Out-of-town visitors are shocked when they see the deterioration of our public spaces downtown. I'm not alarmed, I'm appalled. I appreciate the work Boulder Police Department and city staff do to eliminate crime and the chop shop encampments. Cleaning up 400 campsites so far this year is non-trivial. These efforts demand more funding. What are council members doing to support policies to address these issues? Unfortunately, it seems that the majority of council members are choosing to ignore the community that they were elected to represent. Before dashing off to higher elected office, please do your work here. Like many others, I urge you to move on the 2 park measures so we can actually enjoy and feel safe and welcome in our public spaces. Clean up our parks. Please support Chief Harold. Enforce, I should say, the camping ban. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Now we are on to Aaron Gabriel, Timothy Harvey, and Peter Allen.
Cool. Hi, all. First off, Aaron and Junie, congratulations and best of luck on upcoming HC10 race. And thanks for your service to the city and to the state. And thank you all. My name is Aaron Gabriel, AG for short. I am a eco-psychology graduate from Naropa and a developer relations engineer at Google and a proud Boulder resident. I want to speak a little bit to what place I think Boulder can hold and what I think our potential is, because I think Boulder is a really interesting space. We have 2 amazing educational institutions here, and we also have a lot of really awesome tech from big companies and startups emerging. And there are many who compare Boulder to kind of like a new Silicon Valley. And Silicon Valley is this hub of innovation, but also we've seen a lot of gentrification. And I think we can experience where some of that is happening here in Boulder as well, that there's big wealth inequalities and a lot of not great issues, not great things that we'd like to see probably addressed to be a more inclusive and progressive city. But I think our potential is great because we have so much intelligence here with our educational universities and with the innovative tech hub. And I think we can do more as a community to look at what these different voices are and look at how we can include these different voices and how we can bring more voices to the table to make sure that as we are this hub of innovation, we can also do it in a way that's really inclusive, intelligent, and well-meaning. I think that Naropa, for example, is really weaving Eastern Western philosophies and bringing a more integrated worldview together. CU Boulder also awesome cognitive science department, neuroscience, amazing environmental studies department, a lot of really beautiful things. And I think we can do a better job of honoring the intelligence that's present here and bringing more voice to the table to move things forward so that Boulder can continue to be a hub for a really beautiful new way to move forward as humanity. But I think it requires us to be very honest. And I'm going to give a +1 to everyone advocating for decriminalizing nature and psychedelics, because I think psychedelics can represent a really important point in terms of this shifting worldview. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you all for your service.
Thanks, Aaron. I understand Joshua Harrison is available now. Can we go to him?
Thank you to the council for your time. I would like to speak briefly about personal responsibility. As council prepares to discuss the funding of various programs, I would like you all to consider the role of personal responsibility. The personal responsibility of working Boulderites to pay their fair share, the personal responsibility of council members to thoughtfully and compassionately allocate the resources of the city, and the personal responsibility of all in our community to follow the law. I am tired of the way some council members and organizations dismiss the personal responsibility of those experiencing homelessness to behave according to community standards. To be clear, when those experiencing homelessness act as responsible members of the community, there are abundant ways to provide help, most of which are already implemented by the city of Boulder. However, it is the frequent antisocial behavior of unhoused residents that necessitates laws like the camping ban. These are not the most vulnerable among Boulder's community. That label belongs to our young children who are unable to avoid dirty needles or human waste. There are roughly 300 unique visitors to our needle exchange program each month, and the number of needles returned by these individuals is only half of the number given out. While this commendable program reduces the risk to drug users, it cannot be lauded as a success when hundreds of these used needles are being found by the children's park near the main library. Our public spaces are often not safe. All of this dances around the elephant in the room. We are not dealing with a homeless problem. We are dealing with a drug problem. According to Judge Cook, 80% of the unhoused defendants that end up in her courtroom are suffering from drug addiction. And while drug addiction is a disease, it is one that cannot be treated without the cooperation of those affected. And that requires an addict to take personal responsibility for the consequences of his behavior. It is unfair to claim that. All right, thank you.
Okay, and then we're coming back to Timothy Harvey, then Peter Allen and Kathleen Hancock.
Yes, thank you, City Council, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here in support of the decriminalization of psychedelics in Boulder. I have a degree in cognitive neuroscience, plus a master's in engineering from CU Boulder here. I've worked for much of my career in the development and commercialization of medical devices and pharmaceuticals, often recruiting internationally known physician thought leaders who give keynote presentations at specialty medical conferences. These psychedelic medicines are very safe. Considering what's called the therapeutic index, the ratio of the effective dose of a substance to the potentially lethal dose, these serotonin 2A receptor psychedelics are safer than aspirin and caffeine. I serve as the executive director of Consciousness Hacking Colorado, a 501c3 filed nonprofit whose mission it is to build community around the intersection of meditation, technology, psychedelics, and spirituality. We have well over 1,000 local members, host events every month in Boulder, and we draw participants from their 20s through their 70s. I hear many, many stories of the positive effects of these psychedelics in people's lives, and I have my own experiences that contribute as a net positive to my life. What's closest to my heart is the volunteer work I do with True Community Care, the only nonprofit hospice in Boulder County. Every week, I'm present with the dying and their families, and it's an honor to support at some of the most vulnerable moments of their life and death. There's tremendous potential for these psychedelic substances to be used safely and responsibly, especially to support people to have more comfortable and humane experiences with death and dying. September 6th, I'm hosting an event focused on psychedelics for death and dying. We already have overwhelming interest from nurses, physicians, clinical administrators. Our entire adult population can benefit from the decriminalization of psychedelics, and I humbly ask you to keep our elderly and our dying in your hearts and minds as you consider this topic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Timothy. And I see Mayor Pro Tem Friend has her hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Brackett. I just wanted to apologize for having my camera off, especially to the last speaker. I turned it off in the middle. I'm not paying attention. My computer's just overheating, so I apologize.
Thanks. I turned my camera off for 30 seconds because my dog was going nuts. So I also apologize for that. Coincidental. Okay. Also, Michelle Rodriguez, who's I think an attendee still in the Zoom meeting, if you could call in via phone, I believe Brenda has sent you that number in the chat. So maybe we can get you audible that way, please. Now we have Peter Allen, Kathleen Hancock, and Holly Carlson.
I don't see Peter in the meeting, so we will go straight to Kathleen Hancock.
Hello. Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. Yes, thank you. You have my presentation. Like many Boulderites, one of my favorite pastimes is cycling. I usually ride with a group of women, so it's both exercise and social time. I also commute to appointments and shopping. I'd say I'm on the bike path about 5 times a week. Second slide, please. This summer, for the first time, I find myself and my friends almost every day dodging trash, tents, and people sitting in the bike lanes. Sudden swerving to avoid a tent, person, garbage, shopping cart, etc., can result in the cyclist crashing, possibly into a person. Those behind also risk crashing. When cyclists enter a dark underpass, they're often blinded for a split second as their eyes adjust to the dark. It's very hard to see obstacles. My friends and I have had people in the underpasses shout at us, blow horns, walk right in front of us. One friend found small chairs in a bike path. She nearly crashed into them. Another reports a half-naked woman, seemingly on drugs, running right into the pathway. Some people are hammering on bikes, most likely part of the so-called chop shops. One person was working on a motorbike in the middle of the pathway. In this slide, you can see the pathway is almost completely blocked. Next slide. This is just a picture of more tents in the underpass on Goose Creek. Next slide. This shows debris that was scattered all over the pathway, creating quite a dangerous obstacle course. Next slide. This is a picture of a small girl just reminding us that all kinds of people ride on our bike paths: seniors, children, parents, visitors, locals, commuters, athletes. Next slide. I was super happy this morning though, because as I rode past these usual trashed places, they were cleaned and lights were being installed. So I was very happy to see that. I just want to really encourage you to continue providing funding so we can maintain safe bike paths. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kathleen. Now, Holly Carlson, Lynn Siegel, and Linda Quickly.
Trying to unmute myself. I do not see Holly Carlson, so we will go straight to Lynn Siegel, please.
I'm bringing up Rocky Flats. I understand that 145 prairie dogs have already been moved to Rocky Flats with regarding to negotiations of avoiding call up on gun barrel, development of 200 some housing situations there. And this already has such a huge impact on gun barrel with no libraries, I mean, they're putting a little library just for the community, but libraries, rec centers, police, fire, all the infrastructure needed for growth is not there. It's like you build it first and then the infrastructure is an afterthought, and this is not okay. But it's mostly not okay because the people that were opposed to this development are now assuaged with the prairie dogs, which were promised to be preserved a home there, and have now, it's just unspeakable, sent to Rocky Flats. This is $7 billion cleanup at Rocky Flats that was supposed to be $30 billion, on the cheap, and it's a cheap cleanup. And these prairie dogs dig down 6 feet, and my mother died as a result of acute myelocytic leukemia that she got, I believe, and I can't prove, in 1957 at the biggest fire downwind of where we lived in City Park in Denver. And she died in 1969 when I was 16, my brother was 15, and my little brother was 5. And that was the year of the Mother's Day fire, the second biggest fire at Rocky Flats. Get those prairie dogs out of Rocky Flats. They dig, they bring this stuff aerial, and people breathe it and they die. You wait until your parent dies.
Your time is up. Appreciate your testimony. We have Linda Quigley, Elise Edson, and Ryan Yashua.
Hi, City Council members. Thank you for your time and your service to our city. I watched your study session on reimagining policing, and I couldn't help but wonder if we can just go back to having any form of policing at all. I think the COVID summons or ticket approach to crime has failed for 3 years and certainly doesn't stop any crime. I know Sheriff Pele has served this community long and well for decades, and until post-vaccine COVID, I admired his service, but that was before our national homelessness/addiction crisis. In January, I hope a new sheriff will open our jail for post-vaccine COVID business. Meanwhile, every single day we have our belongings stolen out of our cars, out from under our cars, out of our garages, out of our homes. You can see the evidence on any casual glance at Nextdoor's social media. It's every day. We have illegal campers starting fires by Canyon, assaulting residents and tourists on the creek paths. So some on city council seem to think the answers for Boulder are more big business, more density, a doubling of the current size of CU via building CU South in the last wetlands in Boulder. And I don't understand how all this growth jives with a growth controlled town of about 100,000 citizens. Finally, I'm against the idea of gifting our city assets to the Library Foundation with an increase in mill levy, and was shocked by your enthusiasm for that idea. Or maybe it was enthusiasm to get at more of our tax monies. I'm grateful to those who voted against it and our commissioners for stopping it in November. Vote against it.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Elise Edson, Ryan Yasua, and Neil Rasmussen.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, and staff for the opportunity to speak tonight about a health crisis in our community, lead pollution in Boulder from general and recreational aviation. I sent a slide deck for your review, which is up, and I'll touch on the highlights now, but there's no need to change slides for this talk. We are in a public health crisis. Over 70% of lead pollution in Colorado comes from aviation. And since 2020, over 125 pounds of lead have been released into Boulder's air based on sales of leaded fuel out of Boulder Airport. Furthermore, Boulder is currently selling and profiting from the sales of leaded fuel while unleaded alternatives exist. Longmont is selling unleaded fuel. There is no safe level of lead. Lead stays in our bodies forever and is devastating for children. This is a public health crisis being subsidized by Boulder taxpayers, and we are asking for City Council to take a stand. Last week, there was a congressional hearing on leaded aviation fuel as a health crisis, and the responsibility falls to us to take action. So much good could be done with the city-owned land that currently houses the pollution engine of the airport. In this case, truly, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the privileged few. You might have heard the argument for Boulder Airport as an economic driver. In 3 words, it's not true. Studies of similar sized airports have found that airports like ours have the impact of a strip mall and are heavily subsidized by taxpayers. Finally, by FAA regulations, any positive economic impact from the airport stays with the airport rather than going back to the city. So much could be done with the land that currently houses the pollution engine of the airport: affordable housing, student housing, floodplain protection. And in this case, again, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the privileged few. City Council has a strong record of standing up for what's right and doing the right thing. Boulder took a stand on fracking, and this is a pollution engine just like fracking. In the short term, stop the sales of leaded fuel at the airport. In the future, consider alternative uses for the land that benefits everyone. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Elise. Now we have Ryan Yasua, Neil Rasmussen, and Schuler Bailey.
Hi, my name is Ryan Yashua. I'm a software engineer living in Boulder County. I'm here today to let you know that I am in favor of Boulder decriminalizing psychedelics, and I'm asking you to make that one of your top priorities. There are many reasons to decriminalize psychedelics. To me, the top reason is that many people are using psychedelics to heal from various mental illnesses. One example that can be found on Johns Hopkins' website as a press release is titled, "Psilocybin Treatment for Major Depression Effective for Up to a Year for Most Patients, Study Shows." In America, we believe in freedom, yet the government can arrest people and put them in jail based on what substances they choose to put in their own bodies. Psilocybin-containing mushrooms are classified as Schedule 1, which means a drug that has currently no accepted medical use and high potential for abuse. But the federal government is currently funding research into their medical use, and studies have shown that they are not addictive. If you oppose or are on the fence about decriminalizing psychedelics in Boulder, I strongly recommend you watch the new How to Change Your Mind documentary series on Netflix by Michael Pollan. It explains why these plants and fungi were made illegal in the first place, and shows how they can help with a wide variety of mental health issues like depression, PTSD, and OCD. Decriminalizing psychedelics may not be a priority for the City Council yet, but it is a priority for the people of Boulder County, as you can hear by the number of comments on this issue today. So again, please make decriminalizing psychedelics one of your top priorities. You likely have a family member, a friend, a neighbor, a member of the community that you know that is suffering from one of these mental illnesses, and psychedelics can help them. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ryan. I appreciate your testimony. Now we have Neil Rasmussen, Schuler Bailey, and Katie Klum.
Sorry, I am trying to enable Neil's allow to talk is not available. Oh, I'm going to promote you to panelist, Neil. So you will leave the meeting and come back. He's using an older machine that will not allow the enabled mute button. And Neil, are you with us? Yes, Neil, you should be able to control your mute button.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, good. Thank you. Good evening. I want to ask why some key city services have very nearly ceased to exist. Specifically, I'm referring to public safety, the enjoyment of public spaces, and basic transportation infrastructure. These are not new problems. They've been growing and accumulating for years, growing worse year after year. First, why doesn't the city repair potholes anymore and fix the roads? Main thoroughfares like Canyon Boulevard, Arapahoe Road, Folsom Road, Baseline Road, and many others go unrepaired this far into the summer, despite being reported by myself and others. The long-standing policy of deferred maintenance can only go on so long before we start looking and feeling like a third world country. And I think we're halfway there. Potholes, crumbling sections of road seem to be everywhere. There are streets that have been graded as substandard for over a decade by this city's own transportation department, and they get no attention. When I make specific suggestions and requests of the city transportation department, their response is that they have their priorities. And then they say they have no money. Regarding their priorities, in my opinion, they're out of whack. 3 weeks ago, a 2-block stretch of 22nd Street between Pearl and Canyon was repaved. This road didn't have a blemish and bears very little traffic, yet major arteries go unattended. There are just so many examples like this all around the city. Regarding their complaint of lack of money, I guess maybe that's your fault, City Council, or since this has been going on for over a decade, I can't help but wonder if it's intentional. This is the wealthiest city on the Front Range, yet it perennially has the worst quality roads on the Front Range. Boulder does not lack for financial resources, not to mention the tens of millions of free pandemic money that was delivered to this city by the federal government. The same problem exists.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Schuler Bailey, and then Katie Klum, and then I hear that Holly Carlson's in the meeting again.
Hello, Council. My name is Skylar Bailey. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. My comments are concerned with the safety of our public spaces, or lack thereof. I moved here 2 years ago with my husband and our 3 little kids to start a new life in a beautiful place. We used to live in San Francisco, and we left at the beginning of its demise, as encampments and petty crime were on the rise when we started to find used needles in the sandbox at the park. And I didn't feel safe taking a walk while pregnant with our baby in a stroller because I was such an easy target. It was becoming no place to raise children. 2 years after moving here, I fear Boulder is on a path to the same fate. Our public spaces, the bike paths, the farmer's market, the creek, the library, spaces that are meant for children, families, all Boulder residents to visit and enjoy, have become tent encampments, chop shops for stolen bikes, and havens for hardcore drugs. They are cities unto themselves with no rules, little oversight, and great risk to our community. I have never taken my kids to these places by myself because I'm afraid of getting assaulted or finding used needles. I am not alone. You've heard people speak tonight, and I've heard many stories of kids finding drug paraphernalia and human feces in our parks and near our playgrounds. This is unacceptable. After the recent assault on a 75-year-old woman on the bike path by a vagrant, I felt compelled to speak tonight. My kids and I are as vulnerable as she was of being attacked in broad daylight. And now I fear for when my parents visit. Boulder has been through enough, especially after the King Soopers shooting. We cannot stand idly by and let our community continue to be traumatized by violence. We couldn't prevent King Soopers. We can prevent this. I urge the council to hear the cries of your constituents. Public safety is priority number one. Please vote that way. If you don't, families will leave. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Skylar, and apologize for getting your name wrong. Now we have Katie Klum, and then try Holly Carlson, and then try Michelle Rodriguez.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak tonight. I live in Boulder. I'm a licensed psychotherapist in Boulder. I also teach at the Graduate School of Psychology at Naropa, and I hold a board position for a nonprofit, the NOAC Society, whose mission is around changing the dialogue around psychedelics, bringing community engagement in to allow for a more diverse and dynamic conversation. So I'm sure it's not a surprise to you that I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the decriminalization of psychedelics within Boulder. You know, from a therapeutic stance, I recognize the healing potential that these different plant medicines hold. It is really difficult for me as a therapist to read the research, to understand the impact, and to have clients come in with some pretty profound trauma asking about this, and having no way of allowing them the autonomy to make choices in how they heal. Decriminalization, of course, is not legalization, but it lowers the potential risk of arrest for an individual making a choice for themselves. And when I say individuals, I'm talking about individuals who are professionals, who are elderly. These are not drug seekers. These are people seeking a path through some pretty deep pain. And you know, with decriminalization, that allows Boulder to become a hub for harm reduction. More information can be.
Katie, I'm afraid your time is up, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We have Holly Carlson and then Michelle Rodriguez.
Holly, you may need to press *6 on your own phone and your phone's mute button as well.
Good evening, City Council and fellow Boulder residents. As someone who lives in the Boulder Junction transit area and has done so since 2017, since late 2019, I have watched the chaos and decay of Boulder when it comes to these encampments. Being allowed to pop up in and everywhere a grassy shaded spot or an underpass with no rocks lies. Become built up with stolen items from bikes to Yeti coolers with brand new stickers still on it, mounds of trash and other hazardous materials that everyone in Boulder has become familiar with, unfortunately, these days. I don't think anyone could have missed the ungodly sights that have come from the underpass of Junction Place on Goose Creek Trail, where until yesterday, there had been an encampment there for 8 months in between the underpass, both on the bike trail and underneath the railroad crossing, where cops were called weekly, if not multiple times daily, by numerous passerbyers for events like assault, theft, obstruction of trail, and fights within the encampment itself. I've spoken about this area during the library district tax open comment on April 6th, and then had the vice president of the Boulder Valley School District make a Twitter comment about the same area saying I had lied and that she had traveled this area 5 times a week and that there was no issue. Well, I'm sorry to say, but my son, who's a BVS student, got to witness an assault here a week and a half ago, along with the cyclist, where 2 men beat each other with another one with rocks. And luckily, him and the cyclist were able to interrupt the assault and call the police. So I'm sorry to the Vice President, but that area is not safe, as much as you wish to believe. A safe camping area has to be designated where there is transparency between campers and people in charge, as well as law enforcement, and it can be maintained. I believe that in order to provide any type of safe area, you also need to be able to know who exactly you're housing, because I also want to point out that I have a lot of the campers on Goose Creek Trail who have lost their housing vouchers here in Boulder in less than 3 months for doing illegal activities as production of meth and the sale of illegal drugs.
I'm afraid your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Okay, now we have Michelle Rodriguez as our last testifier. Can we give her another try, please, Brenda?
Yes, Michelle, we're trying to promote you as a panelist to see if that will help your mute button work. You'll need to accept the little pop-up invitation that you'll see that says promote panelist, and hopefully you'll be able to see that. All right, I think Michelle has moved. Let's see, I'm trying to do both. I'm trying to enable the mute button, but also move you over to panelist. And let's see if I can unmute you. Nope.
It doesn't seem like it's working, unfortunately.
It doesn't. Michelle did send us, I'll turn on my camera. Michelle did send in a message that she requested that we read. So I will read that if that is all right with you, Mr. Mayor.
If there are no objections from council, since she's having technical difficulties. Okay, very good. Go ahead, Brenda.
Great. Please sit in silence for my 2 minutes and ask the full council to read the article, Officers of Chemical Restraint. Tell me why the paramedic confessed that he chemically sedated me at officer request. Chief Harold, Nuria Rivera, Joey Lipari, all claim it's okay. My 2 minutes for the ones with no voice. In silence, please. Thank you. And Mayor, it is up to you whether those 2 minutes constitute a delay of the meeting.
It seems like taking her written testimony makes sense, but I don't know about following instructions for staying silent for 2 minutes. I'll look to Teresa. What do you think?
Mayor, there's nothing in the council procedure that would permit 2 minutes of silence. Certainly, you know, we're glad that Ms. Rodriguez was able to submit a comment and that that's been read publicly, and that would conclude her public testimony.
Very good. Thanks, Teresa. Okay, thanks for doing that, Brenda and Michelle. Thank you for your testimony. All right, that brings us to the end of public testimonies. So any staff responses?
Council, just quickly, I'll say that a lot of the comments today have to do with our public spaces, and I think tonight's presentation will address some of those questions and sort of share out with the community what staff has been doing. I'll also say, and I just wanted to mention to the call that called in about basic core services and potholes and so forth. I appreciate the conversation about what are we doing to make sure that our roadways are safe. And I'll say that I don't know that people and community really understand the impacts, the financial impacts and the staffing impacts the pandemic had on the city. Please know that I'm excited that you'll see some of this in budget, that staff is staffing up, and that our future plans will certainly be putting a spotlight on some of those core services as we move forward. So I just want to acknowledge that and know that our transportation team is working really hard to address some of those issues as we move forward.
Okay, and if I could just follow up on that, I've heard, my understanding is that like our pothole filling teams specifically are lacking staff, right? That we've had trouble, that they are understaffed, and so there are delays in the pothole filling process because specifically in that area.
That is correct, Mayor, and we are trying to work to address that as fast as we can, working with our HR partners and hoping to give that department and that division some support as we move forward.
Great, all the best of luck to that department. We want to get those potholes filled. Okay, thanks for that. Now I have some council members with comments. Mark, Nicole, Tara.
I guess this is a question for our police chief. We've heard a lot of commentary today and in past meetings about the decriminalization of psychedelics. As a practical matter, have we been arresting people on that basis? Has that been a major area of concern within the law enforcement considerations? I'm just trying to get a handle on what the scope of this problem might look like.
I am not currently seeing our chief online, but oh, there she is.
Sorry, my computer is not working very well. I had to switch computers. Council member, you're asking about the legalization or decriminalization of mushrooms?
Yeah, I mean, is it a problem that are we engaged in a great deal of active enforcement of that people are concerned about, or they simply want the imprimatur of the city of Boulder on that practice?
We do not see the level of issues with the psychedelics. We do get complaints from the university setting, and we do have issues with the student population. But as far as the vast majority of drug issues that I see are with methamphetamine and the fentanyl epidemic that Colorado is experiencing. As always, unintended consequences of these decisions are very long lasting. And I would just caution, a lot of study needs to be done. I come from a state that I've always supported legalization of marijuana, but I think that the unintended consequences of some of these decisions are starting to be seen now in Colorado. So I think it requires a lot more research and a lot more study to understand this.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Well, Tara, Lauren.
I wanted to thank you all in the community for your comments today. I want to specifically say, Elise, I appreciated your conversation about leaded fuel, and know that we will be discussing, and this is also for the other people in the airport surrounding community, that we'll be discussing a lot of this at our airport master plan discussion and in the next 6 months. Would you say that's correct, Nuria? Or would you say it's more like a year?
I don't know, and actually, I was just going to say I don't want to mislead people, and I'm not quite sure of the timing. But I do know that staff has asked that master plan to come forward soon because it triggers some funds from the federal government, and certainly can circle back on the timing of that. But I do know that they have wanted to move that forward in the original work plan that they had anticipated. So I'm happy to get back to you, Councilmember.
And like Nuria, I agree that hopefully the community will be staying on for the remainder of the night, and we will be discussing so many of these things that everybody has discussed earlier.
Very good. Very good. Nicole, and then Lauren.
Thanks. I just have a question for you, Nuria. A lot of the folks here tonight are talking about how we can basically get more resources to address areas of concern. And I just want to highlight for the community that we will be having budget discussions coming up, I think starting in September or so. And I'm just wondering how folks can engage with that discussion, because I think it would be helpful to, hear some feedback from staff about, if the community is asking for more resources in one area, where are we pulling from? What are we doing to, make sure that we're not kind of overspending the resources that we have? So I think that would be a wonderful place for people to come to us with some ideas about where we can put money to address some of the concerns or where we're taking it from.
I appreciate the question, Council Member, and you are indeed right that we will have a study session, 3 hours dedicated to our budget process on September 8th. And subsequently, we will have a public hearing similar to what we do with budgets all year. And I'll say, I don't know off the top of my hand, I don't know if anybody in finance, and no need to find them if they are not with us, but we also, for the first time, are actually putting out our online budget book. And we are finalizing some of that. We are making sure that is ready to go publicly. And that's another area that up until now, community hasn't had a real good opportunity to see what that looks like. And so we anticipate that happening. I would say in the August, September timeframe, unless staff is going to correct me and either give me a definite date or tell me I've completely misled them, but I believe it's soon.
Thank you.
Lauren.
Thank you. I had a question. I think this is for Teresa. Celeste Landry brought up with the even year elections, signature requirements for citizen initiatives. My understanding was that we have different signature requirements already for even and odd years based on sort of average voter turnout. Is that meet with your understanding of those requirements?
You know, my understanding, council member, is that the signature requirements are tied to participation in the most recent municipal elections. And so as we look at moving forward to this even year election possibility, we have introduced language that would tie the signature requirement only to the mayoral numbers. So analyzing those, I did hear the community member mention that perhaps council might want to consider not tying it to mayoral, but instead tying it to the council member races. And so that's certainly something council can consider as this item comes before you again. But currently it's based on the most recent municipal elections.
Thank you.
Right, Rachel?
Just to follow up on Lauren's question, are we in any hurry to calculate based on like a 2026 and 2028 even year election turnout?
So Mayor Pro Tem, as I recall, there was some new language that's proposed that was in front of the council on first reading with respect to changing that, given the concern about potentially ratcheting up the numbers of the signatures increased. You know, I leave that to council's will about whether council wants to do that in the near term, or whether council would prefer to wait until later to do that and perhaps do some study on voter turnout.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, like, you know, what would happen if we don't do anything now? My understanding was we could see what the turnout is in 2026 and then maybe re-engage that work group to look at it and see if, you know, where we wanted to place it to match with what they were going for the last time, because if I understand it correctly, it would not be until 2030 election that those numbers would become relevant. Is that right? Because you're looking back several elections before with the calculation, not like the one just before?
I'm afraid that I don't actually know the timing of when the numbers would become relevant. However, I agree with you that it's a matter that council could wait and look at. I hate to speak out of turn, but I think it's a 3-year look back. I see that council member Benjamin. Oh, thank you. I see from a couple of you, it's a 2-year look back. So thank you for that assist. I really appreciate it. And so you're right that there would be some delay in thinking about what are the voter turnouts, and there could be an opportunity for some analysis of that.
Yeah.
And actually, do you mind? I'm just sorry to interrupt, but I just we've got a public hearing on this coming up in a week, and where I think everybody will be prepared to answer our questions. So what I might suggest is if we have any additional questions on these matters, to get them into staff, get them out to hotline for community visibility, and then they can be answered at the public hearing next week, if that's all right with folks. All right, Rachel vanished, but is that right? I'll take silence as assent. All right, there we go. Very good. All right, not seeing any other hands. Alicia, can you take us to our consent agenda, please?
Yes, sir. That is item 3 on tonight's agenda. Our consent agenda includes items A through E.
And I believe we're getting just a real quick presentation on item E.
Indeed, and I'll ask Joe Lapari to introduce himself and kick us off on that.
Good evening, Council. Appreciate your time. Good evening, members of the public. I'm the Joe Lapari, the Independent Police Monitor for the City of Boulder. I'm here tonight with our 2 co-chairs who should be able to pop up pretty soon. There they are, Daniel Lindard and Ariel Amaru, our co-chairs. So I'm coming to you tonight with a request to increase the number of police oversight panel members from 9 to 11. For those council members who were on the council back in 2020 when we passed the original ordinance, there was some discussion. The original ordinance that was submitted to council did include 11 panel members. There was some discussion during the presentation to council about whether that was the right number. We ultimately went down to 9 with the council's sort of suggestion that, hey, keep an eye on this within a year or so. If the panel feels like they need to go up to 11, bring that back to us. And so we're now about 1.5 years into the panel's work. They have concluded that they would like 2 additional panel members. So we're coming to you with that request. I have a very brief 1-slide presentation to share with you all. I can just go through, give you all a sense of what the panel members are contributing their time to and where it would benefit to have 2 additional panel members. So I think everyone can see that. So we have currently 7 regular panel members and 2 co-chairs. As you can see, the regular panel members are currently devoting, I would estimate, about 10 to 15 hours per month. That is made up of attending the regular monthly meeting, conducting at least 1 case review a month. We usually do a total of 3. So that's each panel member sitting on at least 1 case review each month. They've created committees. They have 3 committees: the Legacy Review Committee, the Governance Committee, and the Community Outreach and Engagement Committee. Those committees have begun active work and are meeting at least once a month now. And those meetings, of course, lead to more time commitments. Then we also have trainings, regular trainings for the panel members with the police department, with the DA's office, with other entities that can provide insight and information on the work that they're doing. And then we're also ramping up for increased public engagement as we hopefully are coming to the end of COVID and are going to be able to do more public events. So that's taking up quite a bit of time of the panel members. And then the co-chairs, on top of all that, they have an additional 10 hours or so that they are devoting each month with their additional duties, planning and chairing the meetings, responding to fairly voluminous internal communications often, developing public statements, responding to media interviews and inquiries. And we have also coming up, whether or not we expand the number of panel members, we'll have the first set of terms, 4 terms coming to an end at the end of this year. So we'll be going through a process of advertising for applicants to the panel, reviewing those applications, interviewing all those applicants, and selecting those new panel members. So that will be another huge time commitment. So for the regular panel members, the case reviews and the committee work currently, I think, are the areas where they would really benefit from having additional 2 additional panel members. That would, it could allow each panel member to serve on only 1 committee instead of panel members serving on multiple committees. And it would give us a little bit of breathing room in our case review schedule. If someone is out of town or unavailable to do a review that month, we would have 2 additional people that could always, we could be more confident in consistently getting 3 cases reviewed each month. So that's our request. I'm happy to take any questions, and you can direct your questions either to me or either of the co-chairs, Ariel and Daniel.
Thanks so much for that, Joey. And Daniel and Ariel, so thanks very much for being here tonight and for your service on this panel. We appreciate it very much. It's important work. Any questions from council? Nicole.
I just had a question, and I don't know if this is a question for Joey or somebody on the committee, or just sort of a general question about boards and commissions. How does the workload for this one compare to the other boards and commissions that we have? Because it does seem like it's a lot more work than some of the others, and I'm just wondering if somebody could speak to that.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure I could speak to that if someone else could. I'm not involved with the other panels and boards.
I'm happy to jump in.
That it's a heavier workload, but it sounds like Nuria can add on to that.
Well, I'm happy to jump in, and if anybody has additional information. I don't know that we've really tracked the workload of all our other boards and commissions, but I will say that this, unlike a board and commission, is really a working operational panel. They are doing some very specific work to review cases. They serve in certainly in an advisory role, but in a very different role for the magnitude of what they are doing. Their job really is to review cases, review policies, and provide the chief with their thoughts on some of the matters that are coming before them. So it is why this is not technically a board and commission, and really a different kind of structure, if you will.
Thank you. And I apologize for not knowing the answer to this question off the top of my head. Do we pay people for their work? Because it does sound like it's categorically different work. And I'm just wondering if that's another issue to consider, is whether or not we're paying enough for the work that is involved here. Because I imagine it's quite emotionally taxing as well.
It is, Counselor, absolutely. And so from the beginning, we've had a $100 stipend per month for the panel members. That was intended to cover things like childcare or elder care or other costs, parking that would be associated with attending meetings. In our upcoming budget for fiscal year 2023, we have requested to increase that stipend to $200 for the regular panel members and $250 for the co-chairs.
And I'll add to that we have recently agreed to have a contract with Naropa University to provide some support. We know that what our panel members are seeing and watching can be triggering and difficult to watch, the many hours of body cam videos, and we want to make sure that our panel has the support that they need as they do some really hard work.
Thank you for those responses.
Rachel?
I was just going to add maybe a little context to Nicole's question. I think sometimes there are boards that are a little bit more amenable to some mechanisms where you can spread the workload out. And so one example of that was the Arts Commission, where they review grant applications. And so a couple of years ago, we also put something on the ballot to increase their numbers, like for the same reason, to reduce everyone's workload because they were getting overwhelmed.
Okay. Well, seeing no other questions, Joy, thanks again. And Ariel and Daniel, thank you again. Really appreciate the important work that you're doing.
Thank you, counselors. Appreciate it.
Okay, and did we have any other questions or comments on the consent agenda in general? Mark?
Me? I'm sorry, I was having a computer glitch. I just had a question relating to the noise ordinance. One of the standards included in the language is that the violation is based on a person of normal hearing. And I'm wondering if that might be a little bit vague. I'm not quite sure how we would defend that if somebody called it vague. What is the standard for a person of normal hearing? Is there a range? My concern is that it be a fully enforceable ordinance, and I'm just wondering about that particular language.
I'm happy to address that. There are kind of two schools of thought on noise ordinances. One is where you come out with a decimal reader and get some empirical information. There are some drawbacks to that. It's not uncommon for this to be the standard, for it to be a reasonable person or a person of reasonable hearing. I haven't done case research to see whether that has been upheld or how that's been defined, but it is pretty common among municipalities. Happy to look into that further before second reading if council would like that.
No, I'm not looking to make work for you. If that is a common thing in other noise ordinances in other municipalities, I accept that as the standard. Thank you.
Very good. Rachel.
One point of clarification question for Teresa, maybe, because we got an email about this. Will the noise ordinance apply just to the Hill or citywide?
I don't have an answer to that, but I'm
citywide. I think it came as a result of the Hill work group, but my understanding is it's citywide. So
that would be I'm not aware of us ever putting standards into place that only apply to specific areas, but I will confirm that and let council know.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was just reviewing the ordinance because I've always understood it to be citywide, and when I re-reviewed it, I saw nothing that was neighborhood specific. So,
And I believe that is the intent of it, but certainly open to, if on second reading, Teresa needs to correct me on that.
yeah, no,
That's my take too. So I thought that was a softball question. I did not mean for that to be a trick one, because it is in the intro language, it talks about the hill, but then the ordinance, my understanding, applies to the whole city. So let's report back on that. Thanks.
very good. Seeing no other hands, someone might make a motion on the consent agenda.
I move the consent agenda.
I second that. And do we need to say as amended? I think maybe we amended something. Anyhow, second.
Do you want to just be specific about the amendment?
No, I just remember at the beginning of the meeting, we amended the agenda in some way. I couldn't remember if it was consent, so I was adding.
Oh, no, that was to add a new item to the agenda at the end of the meeting, but did not affect the consent agenda.
That's exactly how good my memory is and how long it is. Second, period.
We have a motion and a second on the unamended consent agenda. Alicia, I think this is a roll call.
Yes, sir, you are correct. And we'll start tonight's roll call with Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates?
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
Mayor Brockett?
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend?
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
And Wallach?
Yes.
Our consent agenda tonight, sir, was passed unanimously.
Excellent. And thanks again to the oversight panel for the incredibly hard work that they're doing, and glad we can get you all some assistance. All right, well, we can move on to our public hearing then. Alicia?
All right, sir. Our public hearing is item 5 tonight on the agenda. 5A is the consideration of a motion to accept the 2022 Boulder Parks and Recreation Master Plan and approve the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, known as the BVCP, the Parks and Recreation Master Plan summary as well.
Thank you, Council. As Alicia just mentioned, we're here to talk about City Council's acceptance of the Boulder Parks and Rec Master Plan. But first, I really want to acknowledge the loss of one of our city employees and Boulder Parks and Rec teammates. Our hearts go out to this employee's family, and we hold you close in our thoughts during this difficult moment. We're also holding close the teammates directly impacted and recognize the death of any city employee hurts us all. Teammates across the city are wrapping their arms around our Parks and Recreation colleagues. And it's appropriate that tonight we celebrate their role in promoting our community's health and well-being. And with that, I will introduce our amazing director, Allie Rhodes.
Thank you for that, Nuria. We are here tonight for what we hope is your last touch on this 2022 Parks and Recreation Master Plan processing and the first step on some really exciting master plan doing. Tonight, you'll consider a motion to accept our 2022 master plan. And first, we have a brief presentation to remind members of City Council and our community members of the path that has brought us here tonight and some of the key elements of this master plan. With me here tonight are members of our talented and incredible core project team. Regina Elsner is our project manager and BPR senior manager for natural resources. Jackson Height is Parks and Recreation senior manager for business services. And Tina Briggs is a city senior planner and been the lead on the community engagement for this project. Becky Zimmerman leads the design workshop team. She is a principal and the CEO of the firm, and we're so honored to have her engaged on this project. Our project manager from Design Workshop and here tonight also is Eric Krongold. We know members of our team, our advisory board and community are listening in, and I want to thank them all for their contributions to this project. Our teammates' passion and brains have ensured that this plan reflects our system and leading practices. The CRAB's constructive input and community passion helped us align the recommendations with community goals and values. And of course, the community's input every step along the way has pointed us in a direction that will deliver a system that aligns with their priorities. Our proud chair, Pam Ugar, and vice chair, Chuck Brock, are here if you have questions of the board later during your questions. And with that, I'm honored to once again put you in the very good hands of our project manager, Regina Elsner.
Thank you, Allie. As we mentioned this evening, we are here with the requested action for City Council to accept our 2022 Boulder Parks and Recreation Master Plan, as well as approve the changes to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan summary within the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. So we've been working on this plan since late 2020 with some delays due to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Throughout this process, we followed the city's standard approach to master planning in the information that we've gathered, the deliverables that we've presented, and the engagement with the community. The process outlined here was reviewed with City Council back in December of 2020 and was refined based on Council's feedback to ensure a focus on engagement with the community. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Board has been heavily involved throughout the process to provide input and guidance on that process and its outcomes. We've engaged the community throughout this process, highlighting considerations for not just an equitable process, but equitable outcomes of our master plan. We've engaged with community connectors. We've had micro engagements with specific targeted populations within our community, including folks with low incomes, unhoused individuals, as well as hosting BPR's first ever bilingual community open house. We've also had ongoing collaboration with other city departments throughout this process through our Master Plan Coordination Committee, as well as one-on-one focus groups that ensures the alignment between our departments and all the work we do for our community. And now we have actually developed a video that we are going to be sharing with City Council this evening, something a little bit different for us. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen and pull up that video and reshare my screen. So excuse me for just one moment while I do that.
I'm Allie Rhodes, Director of Boulder's Parks and Recreation Department.
And I'm Regina Elsner, Master Plan Project Manager.
Since 2014 in our last master plan, we have come so far. We've renovated over 15 playgrounds across the community in the Scott Carpenter Pool. We've intentionally invested your tax dollars in the programs that provide the most community benefit.
Since late 2020, we've been going through the process to update our master plan. Since we first started, the community has confirmed our direction. We've utilized the three-pronged approach to inform our master plan recommendations, using research, policy, and community direction. The lens around the outside represents our commitment to sustainability, equity, and resilience. Throughout this process, we've engaged our community to ensure the voices of our entire community are being heard. We've done that through a statistically valid survey, micro-engagement with targeted portions of our population, and our first ever Spanish language open house.
We've heard a lot from Boulderites and learned so much, and we can't wait to share it with you.
In Parks and Recreation, we manage over 1,800 acres of urban parks, 3 rec centers, the Valmont Bike Park, Boulder Reservoir, and Flatirons Golf Course. We also take care of 54 parks, 43 athletic fields, 80 sports courts, and 43 playgrounds, all of which keep our staff very busy. During the pandemic, our community found comfort in the outdoor spaces that we provide, and those facilities and spaces are still highly used today. We also provide recreation programs along with many community partners. Before the pandemic, we and our partners provided over 2,500 different types of programs. Some of those programs are provided by fees, and some of them are paid for through taxes and grants to ensure access to our entire community. What we learned during our master plan outreach was that generally our community thinks that we're doing a pretty good job taking care of our system, and that we need to continue to promote the health and well-being of all parts of our community. We also learned who our community believes should benefit from our services and how those services should be paid for. The larger the community benefit, the more those programs should be funded by the community through taxes. Compared to the larger individual benefit, the more the individual should pay the fee. Our research also showed that taking care of our robust parks and recreation system costs us more and more every year, and those expenses are higher than our income. Based on current estimates, we need an additional $4.7 million a year to take care of this system and continue to provide the current level of services. This includes taking care of the parks and facilities and high-quality programming that our community values, such as expand and YSI programs, age-based discounts for youth and seniors, and financial aid. So, knowing where we are today helps us chart a course for the future.
With City Council's acceptance of this master plan, we commit to the work it outlines. Our master plan promises that we will use this plan every year to inform our decisions, our work, and our investments. Sustainability and resilience will guide everything that we do so that our work both mitigates against and prepares for the impacts of climate change. We'll consider all of our choices with an equity lens so that we consider who benefits and who is impacted by the work that we do. Boulderites will see us taking care of what we have, focusing our dollars on existing parks, facilities, playgrounds, and more. We'll grow our ability to be partners and earn grants and donations so that all of our dollars can go farther. Part of our master plan promise is that every year we'll report out on key performance indicators. We'll tell the community how we're doing with financial aid visitation, rec center use, and more so that we can show the community benefit we're providing. We'll track our carbon footprint, volunteerism, and more. Together we dreamed of a parks and recreation system that is more welcoming and inclusive for all and more resilient in the face of growing demand and climate change. As we implement this master plan, that dream will become closer to reality. We can't wait to work with you as we promote the health and well-being of the entire community through our incredible system of parks, facilities, and services.
Allie, you ready to race?
Let's go. We can't wait to see you in the park.
Thank you for watching that video. I'm going to share my screen again with the presentation. So if you'll just give me one more second. As we mentioned in the video, recognizing our critical role in promoting community health and well-being, this master plan includes policy guidance that will help us ensure that Boulder's tax investments in parks and recreation are optimized for community benefit. We will improve programming and reduce barriers to access and ensure BPR services support the total physical, mental, and social well-being of the community. We will focus on those segments of the community that Boulder has told us were most critical to serve: those with disabilities, people with low income, older adults, and youth. Across Boulder's 1,800 acres of parks and facilities, evidencing the community's prioritization of taking care of our existing system, we'll focus on maintaining well what we have and providing multi-use parks and facilities through a consistently and clearly implemented asset management program. We'll build a stronger parks and recreation system through meaningful connections with the community, such as through our volunteer programs and connections with community groups. Perhaps most importantly, we will support a workforce challenged by reductions in staffing, capacity, and funding amidst a world continuously rocked by social and political unrest. Continuing education, team building, skills development, and streamlining internal processes are opportunities to support staff growth and morale and to foster deeper connections with each other. We know that our organizational readiness is paramount to BPR's continued success in serving the Boulder community. The master plan also outlines policies to help us address our financial reality. This graphic ties together the total financial picture for BPR. The column on the left represents BPR's current funding levels as determined by the 2016 through 2019 averages of our funds. 2020 and 2021 were intentionally excluded because of the incredible variance we experienced in funding due to the pandemic. The column on the right is the recommended funding level to achieve asset management recommended investments for our system, as well as recommended spending for urban forestry based on the 2018 Urban Forest Strategic Plan, and funding levels required to continue recreation service levels. Maintaining only the current level of funding will require difficult conversations with the community about right-sizing core services and expectations from the community, and this plan provides policy direction to guide those conversations. While the plan provides guidance that will help us direct existing and stable funding towards the highest community benefit, it also highlights and supports our ability to cultivate additional funding and address gaps through partnerships and philanthropy. As Council considers the 2023 budget, you will see that BPR's budget submissions forward some proposals to align our expenses with these recommended funding levels. In April of this year, we shared with City Council an 80% draft of our master plan. Since that time, we've made some changes to our plan. Specifically, we've refined the plan alternatives, the fiscally constrained action and vision plan alternatives. We've refined graphics, addressed over 400 comments, and included language about equity and Latinx. We've also added specific language related to sustainability and climate change. We've added key performance indicators that help us measure our progress. We've also added our executive summary, glossary, and works cited. And at this time, I'll hand it back to Allie.
Part of our master plan promise is that each year we'll report annually on key performance indicators. They're all outlined here, and they're just a sampling of the data we collect, and we've really focused on these ones to align them around the key themes and what we heard was important to the community. So financial aid, visitations, and overall facility use will allow us to make sure that the rec centers are being optimized for community benefit. The carbon footprint of the recreation centers, volunteerism, all of these align with the key themes and real priorities we heard from the community. These KPIs will keep us accountable to our commitments to the community, where data and metrics will allow us to track our progress over time. I want to note that these are our department-specific outcomes. We'll continue to contribute to citywide metrics as appropriate to contribute to citywide goals. For example, while we will track the actions in our work to contribute to understand the carbon footprint of the recreation centers, both as they're programmed and as they're operated, we'll also continue to work with climate initiatives on other outcomes related to sustainability, and of course with the city manager's office on making real our commitment to addressing racial equity. With the acceptance of this master plan, our team once again commits to fulfilling our mission and to implementing the initiatives and the fiscally constrained alternatives. Through an annual action planning process, we will make sure that this plan does not sit on a shelf, and that we ensure that this plan is a living document used to improve the overall system and achieves the goals of the community well into the future. We'll collaborate with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, with you, our members of council, and aligned city departments to ensure the goals and initiative of each key theme are considered, that we maximize our resources and efficiency, and that we make sure we do everything we can to deliver best-in-class parks, facilities, and programs for the Boulder community. Now, and before your consideration in the public hearing, I have a really smart team here to answer your questions.
Thanks so much for that, Allie and Regina. And I want to say, I'm not sure what the Oscar equivalent is for videos in municipal government, but that one will win, I'm sure. And I believe you mentioned that the Parks and Rec chair, Emily Ugar, was able to come here tonight. Is that right?
I have not looked, I'll be honest, I have not looked at the meeting. I know Chuck Brock. Yep, I see Chuck. I do not see Pam in the meeting, but I see Chuck.
So Chuck, I just invite you to make a brief comment. Thanks for being here tonight.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm an enthusiastic supporter of this master plan. I think it's wonderful. Tons of work has gone into it. Really excellent community outreach, especially reaching out to some of our more underserved communities in the city. I'd like to call your attention to the implementation of the GIS, Geographic Information Systems data in sort of mapping areas where we're not providing equity to everyone in the community as far as access to parks and recreation facilities. And I hope that's the start of a new trend in doing quantitative analysis using these mapping tools to look at access to the facilities and how it intersects with transportation and other city amenities. So yeah, that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about PRAB's role in this master plan process.
Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate your and the entire board's work on this topic and everything else parks related. All right, do we have any questions for staff? All right. Oh, there's one. Mark and then Rachel.
Well, first, I want to thank everybody for the work on this, and a very heartfelt thank you for the glossary. That was extremely useful. Couple of things on late in the report on page 77, you're showing actual surpluses between 2022 and 2025. I'm having trouble reading that because I'm assuming we're having the shortfall that you're showing us, and I'm assuming further that in that case these surpluses would be reapplied to cut down on the shortfalls. Am I reading it incorrectly? And I'm basically taking you to, I guess, page 77 of the plan.
Mark, I'm going to ask Jackson Hyde, our business services manager, let me see, I know he chatted me, he had Zoom issues. I'm looking for Jackson. I believe your assumption is accurate, but Jackson is really smart and I want to make sure I'm telling you the truth. So I believe our intention is to reapply that fund balance to these priorities, and there still will be a shortage. So it's a both and.
Okay, and in your 2026 projection, you're showing a very sharp rise in capital from 2.4 million to about 6.1 million. What does that represent?
Good evening. I'm Jackson Haidt. You are absolutely correct, Mark and Ali. The money that we have as the surplus in the out years will really be reprogrammed back into what some of the funding gap is. The reality is, over the course of the pandemic, the sales tax numbers have fluctuated off and on, and we took a conservative approach based on the numbers that we had in late 2020 as the master plan was being developed. So that's what the revenue numbers are that are in place. In terms of 2026, for your question, I believe the capital funding is tied to Valmont Phase 2. But what you see with all of our CIP projects is we tend to have spikes as we are focused on bigger facilities and bigger projects throughout different timing. So we will have increases up and down over the course of our CIP.
Okay, thank you. A little earlier in the plan, you've got 2022 funding sources. This is page 71. And you've got a $2.1 million subsidy showing from the general fund. And then in a later category, you're showing 4.057 million from the general fund. Are those the same source? And if they are, why aren't they simply listed as one source?
We have two different sources of general fund funding. The first one is for our general fund operations, which is our park operations and maintenance for all of our park facilities, as well as some of our urban forestry funding. And that's the 4 point whatever that you're seeing. The 2.1 is one-time subsidy received from the general fund for the ongoing subsidy of our recreation programs that benefits the community users that are our age-based discounts, as well as equity-based discounts.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my last question is, does the plan incorporate any potential funding from the infrastructure tax? Or is that going to just be an extra if you apply for a specific project?
At this time, we don't have any funding planned outside of the dedicated Parks and Recreation Fund. So any supplemental taxes approved would be additional taxes going towards some of these goals.
Because I'm assuming some of these projects that you may not be able to afford might be very appropriate for the infrastructure tax. So please keep that in mind. All right, those are my questions for the moment. Thank you.
It's Rachel.
Hate to follow up such substantive questions with the one that I have. But I do want to say, I'm sorry to Allie and all of the Parks family for what happened today, and really appreciate you still being here tonight. I can't imagine that's easy. My softball question is just, there were, I noticed Adam Swetlick and Mirabai Nagel were not listed as previous council members, and wanted to make sure that they'd be there listed before this gets printed.
No, I really appreciate you catching that, Rachel. We will get that corrected immediately. The other thing I want to make sure, because it's come to my attention that not all council members are aware, that the buildings that get opened while you are serving have your name on them. And so in addition to the glorious work of being noted on master plans, I just want to note for sitting council members that were on in 2021 when we formally opened the Scott Carpenter pool and the reservoir main building, that your names are on that. And I say that out loud because we all know that sometimes public service is thankless work, but your contributions are memorialized on these incredible facilities that you supported, and they will be on this master plan as well. So we'll get that fixed.
Thanks, Allie. I actually took a selfie in front of Scott Carpenter when I was there a couple of weeks ago. It's kind of cool. Thanks.
Thanks for calling that out. Of course, all the credit goes to Allie, your department, and all the other departments involved in building those buildings and designing them, but that's a nice touch. Thank you. Ginny.
I just want to thank Ali for all the work that she does. This is excellent, and I'm fully in support. And also, I am a user of the rec center, so thank you for the great service, and to the staff as well.
Well said. Okay, seeing no other hands, I think we can go to the public hearing. We've got, I believe it's 5 people signed up, so each person will get 3 minutes to speak. And I think generally there are folks who have testified before, so maybe we don't need to go back through the public conduct rules. So I'll go ahead and open that up and call our first 3 people are Lynn Siegel, Carrie Palizzari, and Sherry Hack.
Yeah, if you've got a problem with money, don't take the taxpayers' money, take the developers' money. You rubber stamp everything that comes across your face from planning board. 3rd stories, floodplain considerations for the Millennium Hotel, for student housing, for over 300 bedrooms that we need. Hotel facilities. Instead, we've got 2 hotels, one from CU and one across the street up on the hill. Why are you coming to the taxpayers for parks and recreation? These burdens on our community, causing the jobs housing imbalance to increase, are very costly, and you should pay for it through the developers. $4.3 million that you have for parks and rec that you need, don't ask me for it. Don't. Get it from the developers, the people that are driving the costs up. It's very simple. You know, how all of this promo from Allie and everyone, that's great. But I heard tonight in open comment that, you know, our roads are in disrepair, that we have homeless, you know, issues all over town. What is it? What is it that you have to come begging to me, the taxpayer, with increasing property taxes like skyrocketing, when I have to spend every 2 years, months getting ready to fight my property taxes? Represented, because I haven't got money for a lawyer, 69 years old, trying to stay in my house, deferred maintenance to the extent that my windows are being reclaimed by the outdoors, basically, one of my windows, where there was poor drainage. Why are you asking someone like me to pay for parks and recreation, which I'd be glad to do, if you weren't accepting every development that comes across your plate? It's just not okay. And now I don't even have an arts and crafts gallery. I don't even have Menninger's up on the hill. I don't even have the things that made the heart and soul of Boulder anymore, because you've sold them out to every developer. Well, let the developer pay for the Parks and Rec. It's very simple. If they want to come to our town and cause these troubles, that constant growth, more and more service industry, low paid workers. It doesn't work. Let the developer pay. Just do it. Just think about that. There's plenty of money. They can take care of it.
Thank you, Lynn. Now we have Carrie Peltzari, Sherry Hack, and Brooke Harrison.
Hi, everyone. I'm the Executive Director of Studio Arts Boulder. We manage the Pottery Lab up on Uni Hill, and our partnership with Parks and Rec is perhaps one of the success stories since the last 2014 master plan. So we want to extend our thanks to Parks and Rec for their ongoing partnership. As we look to the future, there are a few points in this new master plan we wanted to call your attention to and how they play out at the Pottery Lab. The first one is demand. We have enough students on waitlist to fill 2.5 pottery labs. We were not at all surprised to see on page 43 of the plan that the Pottery Lab was listed by name as one of the top 6 programs most desired by the community, right up there with pickleball. Last year, we provided over 60,000 program hours of service, and this year will be even more. The second thing we want to highlight is affordability. Since 2020, we've been replacing our scholarship process with a pay-what-you-can fee structure. And just over the past 2 years, 600 students have taken advantage of this new model. That's a 20-fold increase compared to scholarships. Regarding equity, when we look at the list of population groups on page 45 of the plan, those are the same folks that we invest resources to serving at the Pottery Lab. 65% of all of our students are from low-income households. 40% are children and teens. 22% of our adults are over age 60. 17% have a disability, and 32% of our students identify as a person of color. Regarding finances, when Studio Arts Boulder took over management of the Pottery Lab in 2015, we were able to eliminate the annual operating deficit that had been a drag on the department's cost recovery efforts. And since then, we have also invested significant resources to take care of the facility itself. Built in 1908, our historic location has been a community pottery studio now longer than it was ever a fire station. Studio Arts Boulder covers all the regular maintenance like the furnace and the water heater, the windows and the floors. Our presence also prevents vandalism by both humans and bears. The studio is much beloved by the community and by the Uni Hill neighborhood, and we're honored to take care of it. I could say so much more about how we tackle climate change by switching to lower kiln firing temperatures, about our teen mentorship program. I could also spend days talking to you about the physical, mental, and social benefits of getting your own hands in art. But the point is that as we read through the goals and key performance indicators of this new plan, we are so proud of how many the Pottery Lab already supports. And we're really excited for the future of our partnership with Parks and Rec and the City of Boulder. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that, Carrie. And I'll just chime in to say 2 of my family members take classes at that facility and they just get so much out of it. So appreciate the partnership. Okay, now we have Sherry Hack, Brooke Harrison, and Lisa Spalding.
Hello, City Council. This is Sherry Hack. I'm a 23-year Boulder resident. The parks and open spaces are the lifeblood of a community. Please support the Parks and Rec master plan. As I was reading through the master plan, I thought, how sad that the master plan actually first refers to illegal encampments. On page 53, it states, encampments and illegal use of parkland, like communities across the country, Boulder has seen an increase of encampments and illegal use of parkland, which strains limited resources and impacts uses of space. You know, if City Council would actually address this issue, as was stated so often in open comment, maybe Parks and Rec would not have this type of problem. And guess what else? Our parks and public spaces have turned into hotbeds of crime. Recently at Central Park, we've seen a woman threatened with a knife, a guy hit in the head with a small bat, the stolen car crash at the farmer's market, and don't forget the 75-year-old female tourist who was strolling along and was suddenly grabbed by her hair and thrown to the ground. Shortly thereafter, her assailant was released from the hospital, and luckily the police apprehended him in Fort Collins. So I just want to reiterate that our parks are deteriorating and are being used as living spaces when this is not their intended purpose. The parks and public spaces are not to be used to house tent cities and stolen bike chop shops. The South Boulder Rec Center has been underutilized for years now. It was closed for a long time during COVID. And then when it reopened, the pool is only available to the public 5 hours a week. And then it's closed on weekends when most people would go to it. I heard of talk to access to facilities. That's important. But we don't have access to our parks as much as we would like due to public safety issues. The citizens of Boulder want to be able to use our parks and public spaces and bike paths again. And I believe that this is what the Parks and Rec presentation that we just saw was all about. We need our parks. We need our parks back. So thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Next, we have Brooke Harrison and Lisa Spalding.
Harrison. I'm a Boulder resident and I've been a member of the REC for several years. I urge all of you to vote in support of the Parks and Rec Master Plan, and in so voting, tacitly pledge to adjust the upcoming city budget to prioritize funding to support at least the master plan's aim of taking care of what we have in regards to our facilities and our parks. The first key goal of the master plan is community health and wellness. Achieving this goal requires our public spaces and facilities to be functional, accessible, comfortable, and most of all, safe. Many of our facilities are not comfortable and not entirely functional sometimes, and our parks are not safe. As a tennis player, our courts are an embarrassment compared to those in surrounding cities. They're crumbling and cracked. They're filled with and surrounded by many weed forests. They are unsafe. But their disrepair is nothing in comparison to the current state of our parks and waterways. Eben G. Fine, the kids' fishing pond, the library playground, and most of our bike paths along the creeks of Boulder are no longer usable. They have been ceded to illegal campers, and their trash, including needles, has also impeded the bike paths. I have an ever-evolving map in my mind of the places that I avoid when we have visitors, and sadly, that map is continually shrinking. The master plan identified encampments and illegal use of parklands as one of 3 local park trends. This is not acceptable. Parks and Rec needs the funds to continue their work with their partners to make our parks safe and welcoming. By voting to accept this master plan, you all are committing to take care of what we have and to fostering community health and wellness. The master plan was developed based on more than a year of community feedback. You have the opportunity through this master plan and future budgeting to show the residents of Boulder that you have listened. Thank you all.
Thank you, Brooke. And actually, it looks like Lisa Spalding is not in the meeting. Is that right, Brenda?
I do not see her in the meeting, sir.
Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing and I'll open it up for council discussion if somebody would like to kick it off. Mark.
Colleagues, forgive me. I forgot one question which I'd like to ask. It's a short one before I comment. In the plan, the civic arena is under the financially constrained scenario. The goal is, quote, activation with operational focus. What does that mean?
Good question. We'll talk more about that in our later discussion, but it means that within our current budget, there is a civic area master plan. I'll remind members of council. The elements that we can implement within our current budget all relate to programming. So things like arts in the park, things like facilitating community events, fostering positive activity, community connections, anything we can do without infrastructure enhancements to achieve the goals of the plan.
Thank you. With respect to my comments, I very much support this master plan. I think it's well thought out. I am impressed that we are, with the emphasis on the fiscally constrained scenario. You don't like it, we don't like it, but that's kind of where we are at the moment. And I appreciate the realism in dealing with that. We can always have a later conversation about providing additional funding for parks. I think we would all love to do so, but under current circumstances at the moment, I appreciate the fact that this is the way in which you analyzed your needs and objectives. I think, as I said, I think it's well thought out, and I wholeheartedly support it. So, thank you.
Thanks, Tara, then Rachel, then Matt.
I wanted to thank you for a wonderful plan. And I just want to give a plug that when the time is right, I would like to make that motion to accept this plan, since I was on parks.
I mean, the time could be right now, Tara.
Well, first I ask any of my city council members, would you like to discuss further before we approve this motion?
I just wanted to say, my hand was up to say, I hope that Tara and Bob will make the motion in second. So I'll be clear.
Right on. And we can always make additional comments after a motion is made, Tara. So,
okay, should I go ahead?
Please.
Okay, I make a motion to accept the 2022 Boulder Parks and Rec Master Plan and approve the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan Parks and Rec Master Plan Summary.
Do we have a second?
As the former chair of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, who 10 years ago worked on the last master plan, I second Tara's motion.
All right, we got a motion and a second from our two former Parks Board representatives. Any further discussion? Rachel, Matt.
Well, Matt, do you want to go first? Your hand was up, then we took him down, so you're there first.
I thought I appreciate it. I thought you had some other comments, but wanted to defer to Tara and Bob on that. But anyway, I appreciate that. Mine's just brief. I think, you know, we don't often get a chance to sort of gush. We find those opportunities and we seize them. This is one of them. So I certainly will take that time to gush on Parks and Rec staff and Allie's leadership. This plan, I think, is I think it's exemplary of what a master plan should be. And I know it sounds sort of cliche, but I think the process that's been laid out, the way it's been operated, to Mark's point, being realistic with the financial constraints that are here and operating in that sense, this is a really, really good plan. And I'm really happy that we've gotten to this place and we're in a position to approve it. So just great work to everyone, top to bottom. And as a reminder, we're celebrating this plan, but also with heavy hearts because we've lost one of our own. So, but thank you, Allie. Appreciate that.
Rachel.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to comment that, we got a lot of negativity during the public comments on this, and I hear the community's frustration, and I'm not dismissing any of it, but I don't want that to tarnish the wonderful parks that we have, and I use them frequently, and I don't know, people watching from afar might feel like, it's a scene out of Escape from New York or something. And it's not like that. Our parks are wonderful. So I just wanted to stand up for the excellent work that our staff is doing there. Again, not to minimize what anyone said, but, and I know why the frustration's coming in tonight and as it is, but just hope we can kind of separate out and celebrate our awesome parks. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Rachel. Well, I'll go ahead and chime in and just first acknowledge the very sad loss of the member of the Parks and Rec team. So our hearts are with their family and with all of their friends and colleagues. So sorry to hear about that today. But then just huge congratulations on this master plan. It's incredibly well done. We're so fortunate to have an extraordinary park system like we do in our city, and it is in large part due to the dedication and incredible talent and hard work of our park staff. So thanks to each and every one of you, and I'm looking forward to passing this master plan, and then I think I'll be in at least one park tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to that too. So, Junie.
Thank you, Aaron. I just have a question, or also make a comment. I saw a note from a community member requesting that there be a letter from council that expresses equity and or climate initiative goals as a priority of council as part of this master plan process. I mean, I see the letter from the director, and it also mentioned inclusion and sustainability and climate as well. But I'm just wondering how maybe, is that something that could be done? Because that is true that this master plan came from all the work that we've done together as a team, but also as a council, and knowing this will be approved by council, is that something that can be done?
Ellie, do you want to take that?
Sure. I feel a little in the dark. I'm not sure the email you're talking about, so I'm unclear on the request. So I don't know if you have a bulleted summary of what the ask is and how to facilitate it. If it's not contingent upon council approving this master plan, you can discuss amongst yourselves and figure out if you think modifying it is appropriate. That's certainly within your purview.
Yeah, I can most definitely read it. Aaron, is that okay if I read it?
Oh, yeah, totally. But I just, after that, Ali, if you might address how these issues maybe are already somewhat addressed in the master plan, that could be helpful as well. But yeah, Junie, if you wouldn't mind reading it, then Ali, you could talk about what's currently in the plan too.
Yeah. No, thank you, Aaron. And it is true that is mentioned, equity is mentioned. It says it's from Crystal Gray, and it mentioned at the beginning of each master plan you approve should be a reference to the city's equity goals, as well as the climate initiative goals. Both areas are referenced in the documents, but I would like to see them emphasized, maybe even an introduction letter from council at the beginning of each master plan to emphasize these two areas. And these emails actually came from community members. There were a bunch of them in anticipation of actually this meeting today.
Thank you. That does help. I agree with you, Junie, that we have highlighted that both in the letter at the very beginning, where we talk about the focus on climate mitigation and impact and equity. And then at the very beginning of the plan and in the executive summary, I'll point you to a few graphics in the video and in our presentation today. We've showed you that the circle graphic that outlines our triangulation approach, and that everything we do is through a lens of equity and resilience. And another thing I'll point out is that through our 6 key theme strategies, we actually with council's input, I think it was one of our very first questions to you when we talked to you in December of 2020. We said, hey, these are 2 big things, right? For the community and for council, both addressing climate change and addressing equity are important. Do you want us to call them out as separate things, or do we weave them out through the entire plan and the strategies? And you supported that latter strategy, and that's what we've done. We believe it's really strongly represented throughout this entire plan, and specifically in the strategies. The other thing I would call your attention to pretty early on, and I'm not going to get to the page quick enough, but our team included a 2-page summary of what climate change means for a parks and recreation system. And I'll just appreciate that was a really great suggestion. It's nice to have a climate scientist on your advisory board so they can help catch the things where you can do a better job calling something out. So a gentleman, Mr. Brock, we appreciate you. We think it made this plan better. So Aaron, I appreciate your question. I think it's solidly and clearly throughout the plan, and this is yours to discuss.
Yeah, thanks, Jude. Those are such important points about climate and equity. I really appreciate you raising them. Do you think Ali's covered it, or did you have an additional suggestion?
Was that comment to me, Aaron? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
It was, sorry. I probably said your name too so quietly. I just said, I thought that was a great point and about the importance of raising equity in climate. And just wanted to see what you thought about Ali's response and if you felt like there was a particular additional change that you'd be looking for.
Yeah, no, I appreciate all the comments that she made. Maybe some stronger words in the letter from the director. And my understanding is that something that we usually have a letter from council as part of our master plan, and this one just doesn't include it?
I have not done a thorough survey. I don't know if any of my colleagues from planning are here because we have a master plan coordination committee. I believe there have been different approaches. I know the open space master plan has a letter from the director. I believe the library master plan has a letter from the board of trustees. And so there is no standard approach.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would make that proposal that we include a letter from council if that's something the rest of my colleague would welcome. However, that's something that we should all make as a body if that is something that would be useful. I mean, I appreciate the comment that you make about it being fully weaved into the entire document, but having it as the basis, meaning that at the beginning of the document that it is expressed thoroughly and clearly, I think that's very important as well for the entire community.
So I'll just chime in and then I'll call on Rachel. I mean, a well-written letter from City Council at the beginning could be a positive addition to the plan. Might just look to my colleagues. If we wanted to do that, we might approve the master plan tonight contingent on the coming addition of an amendment with that so that they could move forward with the adopted master plan. That would just be a thought on a possible path forward there. Rachel?
I mean, given that we did give previous direction to staff to go this way and we're at the 11th hour here, I would just leave it as is. And I think it's great. And I think that I wouldn't really want to center it on us anyways by putting a letter in the front. Like it's not really about us. So I would just have it be more about the plan and the work. So I think I will be ready to vote on it as is. Thanks.
Mark, Nicole?
I do think the plan is quite eloquent on these subjects and does not require additional amendment. It's a product of park staff. I think they've done a great job and they have not ignored these subjects at all. If you going through the full 130 pages of it, there's quite a bit of reference to these subjects. So I'm with Rachel on this one. I think it's a great document and deserves simply to be approved.
Call on Tara.
Yeah, I don't have a strong feeling either way at this point. I do see value in thinking about this maybe for future plans, because I think there is something to be said about future councils, future staff, future folks understanding our mindset, what it is we liked about it, why we were excited, why we passed it and moved it forward, and just highlighting what is really incredible about this plan, what we're looking forward to seeing come out of it. It just feels like a way to summarize some of our thinking about it in a moment of time, almost like a little time capsule for the future. So I could see that being helpful, but I don't feel super strongly about delaying anything for tonight to try to get that in for this one.
Good. Well, maybe we could just do a quick straw poll on whether people would like to maybe pass it tonight, but amend it later with an introductory letter from council. Jeannie, would that be an okay approach?
Yes, that would be an okay approach. Thank you.
Okay, so just a quick raise your hand if you'd like to add in a letter to council sometime before too long. Just keep in mind we'll need a little subcommittee or something to put that together. But anyone who'd like to add that.
Aaron, can I just clarify that we're not stopping it from moving forward? Like we're still approving it tonight. We are just saying it would be cool to have a letter in the future.
That's the proposed approach. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so raise your hand if you'd like to get that letter in there. Yeah, so you got, okay. Oh, all right, late move. We got 5. Okay. So, and then the subcommittee probably needs to be among the 5 of us who said that was a good idea to figure this out. I would invite a motion here that that includes the approval with a coming expected amendment of adding a letter in the near
I
future.
have a quick question, Aaron. I'm sorry to interrupt. I should have raised my hand. Are we then setting a precedent that we are going to be doing a letter for every master plan? Hold on. I might take my vote back for that reason alone.
Nuri, do you think this would be setting a precedent?
I think it depends, but I think that the conversation has been that there is some desire by council to see this, some representation of council respond to it, but I think there's more conversation to be had. I know that FSC is taking a look at our master plan process in general, and that might be a good place to take that conversation.
Okay, Rachel, Nicole, Matt.
Yeah, I just wanted to reflect that, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, we decided to write a letter on something, and like the amount of hours it took in arguing over ofs and thes, and like, it was, I don't know why we would do that here. I understand that the intent and appreciate the spirit of it, but I would be pretty uncomfortable voting to put forward this master plan. We're going to amend it, and we haven't even seen a draft of the letter yet. Like, I'm not comfortable with that process. I understand I'm in the minority, but.
To just respond, I think it would require approval of the letter. It would not, the council would have to approve that amendment later on. So, I'd be blind. Nicole and Matt.
I was just wondering if we could put, kind of move this to for whenever we next have a process discussion, if maybe we could have a deeper conversation about it then, so we don't have to try to have that tonight when we still have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I'm unvoting for my vote. So just FYI, I'm voting.
So Terry, you're changing to the no on the letter. Okay, well, that takes us down to 4 votes for it. So it sounds like it may be irrelevant then. But Matt, did you want to throw something in? No. Okay.
I'm not sure where we're at this point, to be honest. Sort of bounced around. All right. Based on Tara's rescinding, I'm not sure. It might be a moot point. If it's not, I'll just point out that, yeah, I don't like the idea of setting a precedent, especially if we're going to have a process review committee looking at our overall master planning process. Seems like we might be jumping the gun on process before allowing that process to give insight as to what we should be modifying overall. So I think we kind of have the cart before the horse a little bit. But anyway, I think we've already had a vote, so that might not be relevant.
So yeah, I think our straw poll now stands at 4 votes for adding a letter, which means there's not majority support. So then I might instead, thanks Junie for raising the issue and the possibility, and invite a motion on the master plan in front of us. We already did that.
Mayor, I believe we have a motion on the table.
I'm getting lost in all these back and forths. Of course we do, by our 2 Parks and Rec former board members. So in that case, I would invite a vote. Alicia, how are we doing this?
We are doing this by roll call, sir.
Very good.
All right, we will start. We had our motion by Councilmember Weiner and our second by Councilmember Yates. So we'll start this vote with Councilmember Yates.
A resounding and proud yes.
Councilmember Benjamin.
100% yes.
Mayor Brockett.
I'm tempted to say nope in honor of the Parks and Rec TV show, but no, yes, absolutely yes.
See, you just had to throw that wrench in the soup, didn't you, sir?
Okay.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes, congratulations, Ally and staff.
Wallach.
Aye, absolutely.
And Weiner.
Definitely yes.
Mayor, the 2022 Parks and Recs Master Plan is hereby accepted with the also exception of the approval of the amendment of the master plan summary and the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan unanimously.
Excellent. Thanks so much, everyone, again, for the amazing work, and Chuck for being here from the board. Miriam?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to alert folks that staff is responding to a large fire up at Chautauqua, and you may be receiving notifications to that. As we learn more, we will notify you, but just wanted to make sure that was on your radar as we are getting some information about that.
That is very scary news. Do we know anything about exactly where it is or the size so far?
As soon as we know more.
To be clear, it's a structure fire at this point in time, a house fire, so not a wildfire.
Yeah, and as soon as we know more, we'll perhaps interrupt and let you know. Or unless, Maris, you have more information you want to share.
Yeah, it's a large house located on 5th Street. We've evacuated houses around. There's pretty much a lot of space in between the house. So we're evacuating as we speak. And I'll give you an update if I get anything during our next presentation.
And it may mean, Chief, that you may have to leave if that's the case. So I just wanted to alert folks to that.
Yep, I'm here for now. Thank you.
Thanks for the additional information. We're thinking about our first responders and about the family in that house, or I trust they're out of it, but the family that owns that house, that lives there. Okay, well, on that sobering note, let's move on to our next item.
All right, sir. Next, we have item number 6 on tonight's agenda, matters from the city manager. Item 6A is the Safe and Managed Public Spaces update.
Thanks so much, Council. This presentation comes at Council's request and is tied to a June 7th, 2022 memo we shared earlier this summer. As you'll see throughout the presentation, this work is truly a cross-departmental effort, and I'll highlight perhaps some colleagues you may not see speaking tonight. Our IT department, who has been truly useful in helping us think through the appropriate metrics to measure our work, and our colleagues in communications and our city attorney's office, who have also helped support aspects of this work. Some of you may recall this work started with a conversation in January of 2021 where staff shared some of the challenges associated with increased encampment numbers, something that has sadly become a nationwide reality. From that, Council approved various new efforts, and today's update is intended to give you that information about that work as that has moved forward. And with that, I will turn to our director, Joe Tadeucci, to introduce himself and kick us off.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Thank you, Nuria. I'm Joe Tadeucci. I am the director of our Utilities Department, and I'm talking to you tonight and kicking off the presentation because as part of our pilot, we established a cleanup team in utilities that is part of the cross-departmental team that Nuria mentioned. And before I really get into the slides, I want to acknowledge that we have a heavy subject that we're tackling tonight. We heard about it in open comment. We know there are diverse and sometimes intense perspectives on how we should manage our public spaces and camping. And there are no easy answers. And as Nuria noted, it's a national issue. For myself, in preparation for tonight, I spent some time this week out in the field with our public spaces team. I do that from time to time and just wanted to make sure that I had the pulse on how the work was going. And I was really struck by and pleased with the grace that I saw from our team in the way they're doing this work and the way they're interacting with the people who are camping. And at the same time, they have a job to do and they're trying to clean up the spaces. And I really saw a dramatic change in the before and after in the work that I visited with this week when I was out there present with the team. And I saw the same thing last week, even though I wasn't out there with the crew in the area that they targeted and cleaned up. Of course, the encampments do reoccur in some cases, and that's part of the process that's elusive for everyone. But anyway, I'm happy to share more about the visit that I did this week as we get into the discussion. And our intent tonight is to provide an update on the Safe and Managed Public Spaces pilot It's a significant cross-departmental effort with many layers, and you'll hear from numerous department directors and staff tonight. And is the presentation up? If we could go to the second slide. I'm not saying anything because this is like the 7th or 8th or 9th slide, just waiting for the second one. I realize sometimes it can be glitchy. There we go. And just to build on the comments Nuria made in her introduction, we'd like to review briefly how the pilot program started. In the past several years, staff and council have increasingly heard concerns from the community. We heard some of it tonight in open comment and during the public comment on the Parks Master Plan about unsafe conditions in public spaces. This slide lists many of the concerning conditions that we see frequently in our public spaces, and it's what we're trying to address with our program. And back in January of 2021, that was really the start of the conversation and the impetus for the pilot program. City staff shared with City Council an overview of the various challenges and associated data in response to those concerns. And if we can go to the next slide. I think this is not the next slide. This is a few down. The next slide should be timeline. There we go. In the conversations we had back in early 2021, Council asked staff to return with some options to address the challenges associated with our public spaces. We did return in April of 2021 and proposed an 18-month pilot of various programs that you'll hear summaries and reports on tonight. And part of the direction we received from Council in 2021 was ensuring that we would also develop metrics and ways of tracking what we were doing to see if the program was successful. And we'll talk about those metrics more, but also wanted to touch on some of the themes or guiding principles that we use to establish this pilot program. And a couple of things on that. We have worked very intentionally as a cross-departmental team to assure that everything we're doing is done legally and also compassionately in a way that aligns with our city values. And that goes to the people we're looking at to hire to do this work. I observed some of the results of that and just what I saw when I was out with the team this week. And as I mentioned, I was pleased to see that. And so we now have the programs and the associated policies and procedures and the reporting and resident communication tools in place. And if we can go to the next slide, which should be the program goals. Thank you. And so our program goals are listed on this slide. A big part of our focus and a big part of what the cleanup team that resides in utilities looks at is keeping people from residing or taking up residence and camping in our drainage ways and stormwater infrastructure. And we also wanted to address some of the hazardous conditions and materials that occur in our public parks and playgrounds, while also having elements of our program that could help the people who are experiencing homelessness to find solutions and have touch points that can connect them to city services in a way that's consistent with our city homeless strategy. Next slide. And while the public spaces program is not in and of itself intended to end homelessness. It's really about making the spaces safe for everyone, including the people who are attempting to camp in them. And our program does align with the best practices that are put forth by the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. The Interagency Council's sole mission is focused on preventing homelessness nationally. It consists of 19 different federal agencies, and it has established a federal strategic plan to prevent and end homelessness. And in that, the Interagency Council recommends the seven principles on this slide for addressing encampments. Our approach aligns with these principles, and some of the highlights on the first bullet, we have multiple departments who work together. We coordinate with outreach and engagement entities. There are other city nonprofit partnership examples, like our downtown ambassadors and Be There. We have connections to resources in the field for people who are experiencing homelessness, including the coordinated entry and diversion program. We have for comprehensive and coordinated outreach, we have client level staffing where we try to match outreach with particular individuals. And we regularly conduct coordination meetings with agencies and groups involved in this issue. We address the basic needs of people experiencing homelessness and storage of their the stuff that they have with them. And I'll talk about storage later in the presentation. And in terms of access to shelter or housing and developing pathways to housing, a big component of this process is to ensure that people are treated compassionately and that they have access to services that will ultimately end their homelessness. The Be There and the HOT team work with the housing-focused entities to help campsite residents navigate the housing prioritization process. It's a mouthful. For the last point around creating a plan, sites are frequently cleaned and remain open, activating certain sites with things like the skateboard park when there are safety concerns. And when there are safety concerns, the operation team works with the appropriate department to mitigate the safety issue. As I acknowledged just when I was getting started, we do know that the camps do reoccur, and that's part of the situation that's been elusive and we're continuing to work on. And I believe the next couple of slides are in Allie's area, and checking with Allie to see if she's ready to take those. Otherwise, I can quickly cover those.
I'm here, Joe. Thank you, sir. So with the next slide and going back to the timeline, in January of 2021 in April, when we were talking about this work, we shared with council some other projects that were planned that didn't require any additional funding or council approval. And I just wanted to give you an update on those as well. So Boulder Creek management is still on our work plan, similar to how Golden has done with Clear Creek and Steamboat has done with the Yampa. We know a plan will help us balance recreation, visitor safety, and the riparian corridor. Due to staffing transitions that has been deferred, we intend to kick it off in 2023. We have worked with Boulder County Public Health and Boulder Community Health to have 2 large secured Sharps containers installed behind the Tate building and on a plot of land at Arapahoe and Broadway, just west of Boulder High. This project has been delayed due to some supply issues, but we know that many of the folks in the camps are provided handheld disposal containers, including by the team Joe will talk about later. And then we continue to work really hard to provide positive activity in the parks, which research and leading practices just show is one of the best deterrents to negative activity in a public space. The second season of Arts in the Park at the historic Glen Huntington Bandshell has been wonderful, and we see people of all ages enjoying the skate area under the library and improving safety at the adjacent playground. One of the programs, if you'll move to the next slide, that council approved and funded last summer was a limited commission ambassador, or I'm sorry, Oh, there's a note. Sorry about that. A limited commission urban park ranger program. So these folks are do have the ability to cite for municipal violations. Doing this right has taken more time than we anticipated, but we feel really good about the program that we've now are standing up. We realized last fall we needed an additional resource to set this program up for success. And after a few hiring rounds, we have hired a lead ranger with great experience and passion for this work. She has hired several temporary rangers, and they are on the ground since June at various sites across the community as represented on this screen. They've been able to conduct 77 patrols, over 200 non-enforcement contacts. Their training has included, but is not limited to, attending Ranger Excellence School that folks from across the state attend, where they get training on ranger leadership, verbal judo, and other de-escalation tactics. They're trained in the delivery of Narcan and community bike patrol tactics. Their most common enforcement contacts are related to prohibited items in parks and dog violations. They are forming relationships with the appropriate members of the Boulder Police Department, including the HOT team and animal control. This weekend, they'll be supporting the 20th Ironman at the Boulder Reservoir. And really just, I want to highlight there are opportunities system-wide to improve the user experience and protect our natural resources. Our entire team in Parks and Recreation has a wish list for the Urban Park Ranger team that we're having to prioritize. So with that, I will pass it to my colleague, Chris Jones.
Thank you so much, Allie. Good evening, City Council. I'm Chris Jones, the Interim Director of Community Vitality, and I have had the pleasure of working with Chip and the Downtown Boulder Partnership on standing up the Downtown Ambassador Program. And this team has been, first and foremost, able to provide a visible presence in downtown, the civic area, and the University Hill area. Hopefully, many or all of you have seen the ambassadors at work in their bright blue shirts. They have been doing a ton of interactions in these communities that they're serving. One of the things that they've been involved in is encouraging compliance with quality of life issues like no smoking in public spaces. Oh, sorry, I had my slide in front of me, but I realized you didn't have the slide in front of you. So no smoking in public places, no dogs on the mall, no bikes on the mall, things like that, just interactions in our public spaces. They also engage quite a bit with the business community. They've been building relationships with business owners in the areas that they've been serving so that they can be the first point of contact when there might be some stressful situations and interactions with folks who might be experiencing homelessness, so that the police department doesn't have to be the first point of contact if there's not really a life safety issue, but more maybe some sort of escalation that doesn't necessarily warrant public safety interventions yet. They also do social service and outreach. They're building relationships with people who are experiencing homelessness in the areas that they're serving. So again, they can be part of that de-escalation and part of providing information around the services that are available to those residents. And also, they are interacting with all of the visitors and anybody who's visiting downtown. They are available as a resource to provide information about, we've heard folks can't remember where they parked their car, and they're connected in with the Community Vitality team to help people locate and remember where they've parked their car, to wayfinding, to finding businesses and other resources in our key economic centers. They are supporting the Downtown Boulder Partnership in their special events, programming the spaces to create more activation in the Pearl Street Mall area and other locations. And they're doing a great job of collecting data, and we'll share a little bit of that data today, but they have a huge data collection platform that they use to make sure they're tracking all of the work that they're doing. And so we'll share some of that. And of course, when they're out and about, they're doing a lot of custodial, beautification, and maintenance work, from removing graffiti to handbills to weeding tree wells, and just trying to make sure that our spaces are looking their best and welcoming and safe. If we go to the next slide. So this is just a sample of some of the data that the ambassadors are collecting, and these are the actions that are related, that we've designated related to public safety over the months that the ambassadors have been working. A majority of these actions have been related to cleaning up graffiti and handbills and things like that. But just an indication of some of the things that they're keeping track of. Some of these statistics are not necessarily indicative of an increase in graffiti or the need to contact emergency services. Some of this is just related to the level of staffing, where we did have less ambassadors over the winter months. There's less of a demand for that type of work in the winter, so the activity does go down. Then new folks were hired in the spring, and more graffiti was getting cleaned up in the spring months as general activity was increasing in these areas. So just wanted to share some of the information and data that we're collecting. And with that, that's the roll-up of the work that the ambassadors have been doing, and I'm now going to hand it over to Chief Harold, if she's still with us.
Thanks, Chris. I'm still here. Mayor's Harold, Police Chief. Next slide, please. Yeah, so council approved 6 additional police officers to provide safety support the last time we were in front of council. We are currently staffed with 3 officers. We anticipate onboarding for a 4th officer in mid-September, and that will be 4 out of the 6. Keeping in mind that these officers receive specific training and legal training, the ICAP principles, the use of force principles that we've discussed recently. They also receive onboarding and training from our HOT team on services that are available in Boulder County. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we've been collecting different data sets. Some is more refined than others, but at this point we can definitively discuss that from September 21 till now, the Boulder Police Department has issued 414 unsanctioned camping tickets, either for prohibited tents or camping. This is approximately 37 per month on average. There has been 46 reported arsons or built fires on public property. This corresponds to approximately 4 incidents per month on average. Many of these occur at or near the unsanctioned campsites. Furthermore, and we've discussed this a lot too, crime is more concentrated around the unsanctioned camps than elsewhere in the city. Our analysis has demonstrated that this is true when we consider unsanctioned camps reported by community members or camping tickets by the Boulder Police Department and calls for service and crime reports. Crime is 6.1 times more concentrated within a 350 feet radius of unsanctioned camps. Crime becomes less concentrated at further distances from these camps. The victimization rate among members of the unhoused community is approximately 3 times greater than that of other Boulder community members. Unfortunately, we do know through research that the victimization rate is very conservative, following research that proves victimization is often not reported. These results are consistent with other research about crime around unsanctioned camps and among unhoused individuals. So when we're talking about violent crime, these are concentrated in areas of assault, intimidation, and sex offenses. And we're talking about property crime, these are mostly concentrated around theft reports, vandalism, and burglary. And I do believe I am turning this over now. I'm not really sure who I'm turning this over to now, but that's the end of my slide.
Thank you, Chief Harold. Kurt Fernhaber, Director of Housing and Human Services. You can go on to the next slide, please. Thank you.
Kurt, I'll just notice, I don't think note that your video is not pointing at you, I don't believe.
Oh, I'll turn it off. I've been having problems with my video. Thank you for that.
No worries.
So I'll talk a bit about the outreach. But before I go into be there, sort of between our 2 slides, I'll mention the homeless outreach team, which is a team from under Maris's department. and I think they've been around for about 6 or 7 years, and tremendously effective at working with some of these individuals, some who are camping and some that are not, but those that are living on who are unhoused, and they assist greatly with services and getting people into housing solutions. And so the outreach and engagement, the Be There team was set up actually before this pilot. It was set up in response to COVID. It was originally funded through the CARES Act. And initially they were out there trying to engage individuals into services and directing them towards coordinated entry. But they were also doing a lot of COVID screening when this program first initiated. This has changed a bit over time. We now have a different service provider for this, and over the last few months, it's become significantly more comprehensive in its approach. And so now the Be There team actually does coordinated entry in the field at the areas where people are camping as they're working with individuals. This data here is a snapshot from our dashboard over the last 6 weeks. And so you can see that as an example, we're working with, the Be There team is working with individuals for identification documents, which is a critical step in moving towards a housing solution. Some individuals are referred to medical care, and other benefits are directed to individuals. So it's become much more of a service than simply a referral program. So we're pretty excited about that transition. I'll also mention, though, however, with this program as well as other programs, that at times we've had challenges with staff turnover. This program at times has ebbed and flowed, and to work on that challenge, we've actually done training with other members of this interdepartmental work. So Joe's team that does the cleanup has actually received, training on what services are available for individuals, and they also participate in ensuring that people are given the information they need to help direct them to services. So it's really a multi-pronged approach. And with that, I will turn the presentation back over to Joe Taducci. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Kurt. And just to elaborate on what you were saying, what I've learned in working with the team just this past week is that they've really integrated into the community that they're working with and have established relationships. Part of their process is doing wellness checks with people. They know a lot of them by name. Of course, some people move on and some people stay here. I've learned the list of training that they've gone through, as Kurt mentioned, a lot of it having to do with just recognizing mental health issues, and it's tough work for them as well. And so recognizing it in themselves and in the people that they're working with in the community. So moving on to the cleanup work that we do. Next, I'm going to talk about that. And a lot has been done, as we've talked about throughout, to develop reporting tools for the community. We have a pretty good dashboard now, I think, that people can see the numbers and the metrics, and they can see if a campsite has been reported. And we've also established a lot of procedures as we've discussed tonight. If we can go to the next slide. So just talking about the work that our internal cleanup team does. By the numbers here, and I believe this goes back to October of 2021, we've cleaned up 486 encampment sites. 53 of those were with fire rings and or propane tanks. We've collected 112 tons of debris and 5,100 needles. And one of the encampment sites that, when I was visiting with the team this week, I saw a full dump truck load of stuff that was just trash and debris. We've also established a prioritization formula, and we have a formal program for personal property storage and retrieval. As I mentioned just a second ago, we've updated our mapping and online tools for the community members that they can use to report the encampments. But before I leave this slide, I would say that this work is again more than just about the numbers. The primary goal of the work is to create safe public spaces for everyone. Removing the fire rings and propanes and the needles accomplishes that. And it also improves the safety for those living in the encampments. And I know for me personally, and just thinking about a week, I believe it was in the middle of the week, last week, we had a rain event where we got 2 inches of rain or so in about an hour. And over the years, as the encampments have become more and more of an issue, we find people living in our utilities infrastructure, inside box culverts and inside stormwater pipes. And we just can't, that's just putting their life at risk. And that's why I'm personally passionate about this program. We can't let that happen. And as we've noted, the encampment cleanup work is not intended to end homelessness. Although I think the way that we perform the work, including the notice we provide and the touch points that go along with that, it does create an opportunity to connect people experiencing homelessness with services that can help them. Next slide. I know one thing that we hear frequently is questions about how are we choosing which sites to clean up and which ones do we do first. And it's not a random process. We've talked with other communities who have programs like this. I believe Portland, Oregon has something. Asked how, when we really got started on this pilot, asked how they were doing it, and looked at some of those examples, and then thought about our needs here in Boulder, and we established a prioritization formula. Before I talk about that, just talking about the work that the cleanup team does each week, they're currently averaging 2 police-supported cleanups each week where the encampments are inhabited, and those are the ones that involve the 72 hours of notice in accordance with our procedures. On days when the police support is not available, the team is out there surveying the multi-use paths and drainage ways and cleaning up trash and debris that is left behind from prior encampments. So they're really out there 5 days a week doing cleanup. And in terms of the prioritization, we have factors that we look at. You can see some tables that are part of our document that has our prioritization formula. We assign points for each category. They are weighted, and then we apply the formula and total up all of the points and prioritize first the cleanup for those that have the highest totals. Those are the ones that have the highest combination of concerning factors and are the most impactful to maintaining safe public spaces. So there can be smaller ones that are in an area somewhere that don't tick a lot of those boxes, and they can stay there for a while because they don't rise to the level on our prioritization. Life safety and proximity of schools are 2 categories that carry a lot of weight when we're applying the formula. And I think I will move on to the next slide and talk about storage. So, well, as mentioned previously, one of the things that we've established is a process and location for storage and retrieval of personal property. We're legally required to store personal property that is not trash. We have a formal definition of what constitutes personal property. There can sometimes be issues where a person's wallet or identification gets left behind. We have procedures to make sure that we're taking care of those. And when we post the notice that we're going to do a cleanup 72 hours in advance, it has contact information for retrieval so that we can reconnect people with their personal property. Next slide. And we're wrapping up here. The next series of slides captures some of the data associated with the encampments and cleanups and the metrics. This is one of the things that starting from scratch to establish our own program a year and a half ago, it has been a significant undertaking to establish the metrics, and a lot of credit goes to our IT team. And there, as Kurt mentioned, their staff transition and changes are part of what we're all dealing with on all of our programs. And we had the departure of a key staff member who was really holding up the initial data gathering and reporting. And so we've had to adapt in that. I would, and I think the team would characterize the data that we have to date as a work in progress. It's a new program. The data collection is new. We're streamlining and refining our tools and data collection procedures. So it's not always entirely consistent. And so I'm not sure we can draw any absolute conclusions just yet. And so I'll walk through a few of the goals and metrics slides. You will see that many things are trending up. And at this point, we don't know if that's a seasonal thing that will go back down once the weather cools off, or whether we'll see after a period of time that it's a trend that's continuing and concerning. Next slide. And I'll just touch on these quickly. This one shows the reports of camping, which, as I mentioned, the trends, it's trending up over time. And if we can go to the next one. One of our goals being the waterways being free of contamination. And this slide shows the number of structures or campsites that are next to our waterways. Again, it's been trending up over time. Of course, we're in the peak of summer and it's the warmest time of year. So again, we'll see if that goes back down. The next slide, Chris talked about our ambassadors program and contacts. Again, it's generally been trending up, although we've seen some decline in the last few months. And then the next slide, one of the things that we track, and you can see it on the left half of the screen, is the number of sites that have access issues where people or materials might be encroaching on or blocking access to the multi-use paths or the parks or things like that. And then the right side of the slide shows the number of bike trips. And if the lines are pointing up, that means there are more bike trips compared to the same month the year before. So most of the months are up, but January of 2022 was down, and chances are it was a cold January. And if we can move to the next slide, which is our last one before we turn it over to discussion and questions. In terms of our next steps and areas of focus, we're going to continue to staff and build out the pilot program and continue to refine our measurement and metrics. I don't want to get in front of the budget process, but as part of our budget process, we'll be bringing forward a proposal to expand the utilities cleanup team so that I can do a larger geographic area of the city that goes beyond some of the multi-use paths and drainage ways and that would allow us to get to some of those sites that I mentioned when I was talking about prioritization that sometimes are lagging in getting attention. And if we can go to our next slide, that's the end of our prepared presentation, and look forward to questions and discussions with council.
Thanks so much for that, Joe, and everybody else who presented. That was helpful information. I appreciate those presentations. Questions for staff? We've got Bob and Matt and Mark.
Thanks, Aaron. Aaron, I've got about one question each for a couple of the presenters. Do you want me to do those all at once, or do you want me to ask one question and get back in queue? What would be best?
Go ahead and ask all your questions. I think everybody can ask all the questions they have.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'll just start with Joe, since Joe was just presenting. Joe, thanks for that. Great data, great initial effort. I guess I kind of a two-part question. One is, you mentioned that you're doing some walk-alongs, drive-alongs with your crew to see how things are going. Is that something that you're going to be extending to maybe to council members? I know that there can be some dangerous situations, but is that, I know the police offer and the fire department offer ride-alongs for council members, and it's a great way for us to learn what our staff is doing. Is that something that you would feel comfortable having us join you on?
Yeah, we have talked about that recently as a leadership team, and I think it would be good to extend that to the council members. Of course, we'd have to figure out how to do it and make sure it's safe, but I think that's something that we can look at.
Great, thanks, Joe. And then just a final question for you, Joe. I know you don't want to get ahead of the budget process, and we'll be talking about the budget in a few weeks, but can you just at least give us an order of magnitude? Are you about the expansion of your program, which I'd be very much in support of myself? Are you talking about a 10% increase, a 50% increase, a doubling? I mean, what? Just give us a kind of maybe a, and if you don't want to answer the question, that's perfectly fine too, but I just wanted to get a sense, because it sounds like a program that's been pretty impactful, but it also sounds like it's hard to keep up. And I understand that, because I think you only got 5 team members, and you know, there's a lot of things out there to address. What's the order of magnitude of the increase you might be seeking in a few weeks?
Yeah, for the cleanup crew that I was just talking about, right now we have a supervisor, a crew lead, and 3 crew members, and the trucks and equipment that they use to do the cleanups. We would be looking at doubling that, and would be 4 FTEs that are at around $300,000, and several $100,000 for the same equipment that the current crew has.
Great, that's helpful, Joe, and we'll obviously talk about that more in a few weeks. My next question is kind of a similar question for Chris Jones. Chris, another outstanding successful program, I think, the Ambassador program, that was also done on a pilot, and we're now, you know, a year and a half into it. I know that several members of council are involved with different downtown organizations. I think Matt and Mark are currently our liaisons onto the Downtown Business Improvement District, and then Tara and I serve on the board of the nonprofit Downtown Boulder Community Initiative. So I think several of us are familiar with the Ambassador program, and of course, those of us who go downtown a lot interact with the ambassadors. Are really, really great. They've had just literally tens of thousands of interactions with community members, with business owners, and just phenomenal success. I hear nothing but compliments about the ambassadors from visitors, from residents, from businesses. And so just, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Joe. Will you foreshadow for us the possibility of extending this pilot program, or maybe making this program quasi-permanent as we go into the 2023 budget?
Thank you, Bob, for the question. Yes, we certainly are intending and are proposing an extension of this element of the pilot program into 2023, and certainly we'll want to monitor the ambassadors and their effect on these measures and the goals of the coordinated program. So certainly do anticipate, and that will be part of the proposal that you're going to be seeing through the budget process for continuation of the existing level of ambassador service.
Great, thanks, Chris. I appreciate that. Again, I certainly support that. going to shift, it's a scattershot here a little bit. Shift to the chief if she's still on. Chief Harold, really kind of two questions. I know the last time you checked in with us, you gave us a good report there on the 6 officers that are focused on this particular subject, and I know you're at 3 with the 4th coming, and hopefully the last 2 will come soon. More of a broad picture about your overall staffing. I think last I heard you were down maybe 26, 27, 28 officers from your budget. How's it going, and what plans do you have to continue to try to build your staff up to that budgeted number?
Thank you, Councilmember Yates. That's an excellent question. So currently we're down 27 police officer positions, which brings our total right now to 163. As I presented part of the master plan, we are aggressively have a recruiting and retainment strategy that we are really pushing out. We are actually doing better than a lot of police departments in Colorado. We're all suffering losses, but we have recently seen an uptick in applicants. I am hoping that we continue this trend. As I presented before, I think our partnership with CEU, if we can get in a police academy up and running for this area, I think it'll be a game changer, and we'll really be able to control our destiny as far as recruiting and then training our own officers. So I really think that will have a huge impact for Boulder and CU.
That's great, Chief. And Chief, I think you mentioned a little bit, or you referred to it tonight, and I think I've heard you say before, a little bit of frustration, I guess I'll say, among some of your officers when they encounter a person who looks like they maybe committed a crime, a property theft or something like that, as far as what prior to COVID would probably result in an arrest and some detention. And I realized during the hot times of COVID, that was not possible because the jail was largely closed to all but not very violent offenders. As the COVID situation eases, are we still having some challenges in arresting people who your police officers had arrested prior to COVID? And if so, what's the solution there?
Well, it's another excellent question, and obviously it's frustration for me in the police department. The jail has really experienced challenges during COVID. Those challenges continue. Inmates and staff alike in the jail system for Boulder County continue to have COVID issues. And to be quite frank with everybody here, the jail is pretty much full right now as we speak. The other issue is when a police officer issues a citation, those are not arrestable offenses, and it actually requires before we can actually detain someone and take them to jail, it takes actually 3 warrants from the municipal court. And the police officer will transport the arrested to the jail system, and then they are immediately released on PR bond on their own recognizance. So this is obviously a cycle that is frustrating to everyone, and most certainly the community members. And obviously, like we talk about, crime is concentrated. It's most certainly concentrated with repeat offenders. And so there's a lot happening after the police officer writes the citations. And a lot of that we don't control. That's either the court system or the jail system. And so there's a lot that takes place after an officer issues the citation. But I must certainly understand the community's frustration because they see the same people doing the same activity day in and day out. And so there's a whole process behind when a police officer tries to intervene. If that's helpful, Councilman Yates.
It is, and probably worthy of longer discussion, which we won't have tonight, but I appreciate at least the brief summary of that situation. And Aaron, if you indulge me, I have one more question, this one for Kurt. Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead.
Kurt, I know that earlier in the year, Council asked you and your team to look into, I think we call it a day shelter for shorthand, probably more of a navigation center. Can you give us a quick report on where that, I know that you've been working on it during the course of this year. Can you give us a quick update on where that stands and what you see the timeline for that might be?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Yates. And again, I'll apologize for my camera not being on. Apparently I need to get that fixed. or figure out how to use my computer. But anyways, yeah. So the navigation center, we've hired a consultant who was hired, I think, a couple of weeks ago to do engagement with the community to receive input on some of the questions that council had at the retreat, like what kind of services should be there. What's the goal of the navigation center? Where should it be possibly located? Where shouldn't it be located? And we expect to be bringing some of that community feedback to council on September 1st when we do the annual homeless update. And we look forward to having a more comprehensive conversation with council at that time about the direction we're going and to ensure that we're on the right track.
Great. Well, I look forward to that. Aaron, that's all I have for now. I may have a few comments or questions later on, but I've taken up a lot of time and I appreciate your accommodating me. Thanks.
Not at all. Okay, we have lots of other hands. Matt, Mark, Tara, Nicole, Lauren, Rachel, Junie.
Thanks, Aaron. And I appreciate all the department leads coming together and presenting and doing a nice tag team on that. That worked out quite well. I wanted to follow up on one of Bob's questions for Kurt, since it was the sort of last question asked. Is in that September 1st update, will we also be getting an update on the progress for our version of the STAR program?
We can give a brief update on that. That wasn't our intention. I believe, however, if I'm correct, it's in October. I don't know the date. We're actually planning on an agenda item specifically on that. We do have a team that's working on that. That was a separate city council priority. We are making progress on that, and that project is being led by Wendy Schwartz, and it's a collaboration between HHS, PD, and fire. And I believe it's October that will be coming to you.
Mid-October 13th is where we have it slated right now.
Thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Rene. Yeah, just knowing that it's coming down the line, and we're just on where those council priorities are. So I appreciate knowing where that is in the pipeline. One of my questions is kind of a forest for the trees question, and I don't know if it's towards staff or just towards my colleagues, which is a lot of what we discussed was based on an 18-month pilot, and we're at month 15. And so I'm kind of wondering, in this process of an update, are we going to come right back on the heels of this and then evaluate the success of all these and then determine the fate of these pilots as either great, they get folded into a permanent structure and we move forward, or that wasn't for us and we jettison them, as can happen with pilots? I'm just wondering, we're so close to the expiration of these pilots. Shouldn't we my question is, are we going to have yet another check-in in just a couple of months on that? Is that part of the budget process? Or should we maybe take a little bit of time tonight to kind of maybe narrow some of our guidance to staff and maybe our own sense as council as to what we want to do with some of those pilots to maybe better inform that budgetary conversation that we're going to have here in just a little over a month? So I wanted to kind of know where this is really headed beyond just an update, because those things are the expiration of these pilots are right on top of us.
I'll ask a question as a CAC member. We're currently, is this scheduled to come back to us in 3 months at the expiration of the pilots right now?
It is not currently. I think what you've heard staff say is that some of this we're actually hoping to extend the pilot because we haven't been able to move forward as extensively as we would like. For example, the Park Rangers program continues to be built, and I really appreciate Allie's intentionality about what that looks like. We will continue to expand Joe's cleanup team, and as we have more data, we want to come back to you, but it will not be in the same, as you heard staff say, it's not intended to be in that same window of the 18th month because we didn't start for a variety of reasons at that time. I don't know.
If I can rephrase a little bit, Matt, if you don't mind, just that sounds like the answer is we're not ending anything at the end of that 18-month point. Your plan is to continue as described, and then with possible modifications, increases, et cetera, through the budget process. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. And as we learn more from the data, we certainly plan to continue to update council on where we are. But we want to give some things the opportunity to move forward. We want to give some things the opportunity to start, and then really think about what that data looks like. So it will not be the end of the conversation on this.
Matt, does that answer your question?
It does. I think it does. Well, I mean, it maybe raises some other questions about funding and what the original proposal was and what really council action here is, because we clearly, not previous council, clearly was at an inflection decision point to decide whether to fund these pilots or not to go forward. And I'm not sure this council is being necessarily going to have the same opportunity to make that evaluation at this point. So I'm a little bit confused as to how this kind of maybe just sort of moves forward without a clear decision from council as to how this will happen. So maybe that's another discussion, but it does seem a little strange that we can start it, but not really be in that decision point before we move to 2023 budgeting. I may circle back when I hear from my colleagues on other points about an idea, maybe how to siphon things off to better calibrate what we might see as focused on permanent funding versus needing to maintain its sort of pilot status until we have enough to evaluate whether or not it's a successful or not program. But I'll circle back. But I think there's more to be had here on this piece. Thank you.
Mark, Tara, Nicole, et cetera.
Hey, I have just a couple of questions, but I just want to start out with a shout out to the people who are working in the homeless outreach team, the Be There program, the ambassadors, anybody who is doing this sort of work. It's obviously deeply stressful and difficult, and you need to know that our community really appreciates what you're doing. Most of us could not do this, and you know, I certainly want to express my appreciation for all that you do. With respect to my specific questions, my first is, you know, there was some language in the memo that was sort of comparative of our city to other cities. And I was wondering if we'd gotten any more granular on that. Let's look at cities 100,000 to 125,000. How do we compare in terms of the types, extent, and dollar commitments of our programs? And then on the flip side, how do we compare in terms of the severity of our homeless problem? And I'm not making a point that the programs create the problem, which some people suggest. It's just an order of magnitude. I'm trying to understand where we fit into the scheme of things.
Mark, I might, this is Kurt Fernhaber, I might jump in and others may as well. Some of the questions you've asked will be answered on September 1st, where we continue to do some comparative analysis. This tonight isn't really about, this isn't our annual homeless update, but obviously these issues correlate with one another. I would say a general challenge that we have, not just around this work, but other work, and we certainly experience it with data around topics of homelessness, is that the data that the city of Boulder collects, makes available on dashboards publicly, information that we have internally is significantly more comprehensive than other similar sized cities. Often what we have to do is find the right person within those cities, and they often have to spend time trying to gather information. It's often our information is apples and oranges. It's something that we really work on, but I must say it's challenging. We also receive a lot of requests from other cities, and a lot of that information they can simply go on our dashboards and get. But generally it's a challenge for us in a lot of different ways. But there may be other directors with other points of view and other data points as well.
Well, and I can certainly wait until September 1, if that's more convenient. My second question is, last year we passed a tent and propane ordinance. Can anyone comment on the effectiveness of that ordinance to date? How well has it worked? And if it has not worked, what else should we be doing to be addressing the issues that we're dealing with?
Councilmember Wallach, I'll take a stab at this one. I do think that it is working, and I do think that the holistic approach that we are using as a city is being impactful. But make no mistake, it is very challenging work. And the police department tries to use the least restrictive means as possible when dealing with these encampments and tents. And if we can get cooperation for them to take the tents down and move on, that is the preferred course. And I think that the city attorney would agree with me that legally that is the best course of action. But I do think that if you take that and the unsanctioned camping and you partner it with everything the city is doing on this holistically with other city departments, I do think we're making an impact. Mm-hmm. And I just wonder if we were not doing this work, what we would be up against. And I think that's what the community sees on a daily basis. And I do think that we are making progress. And I'd let the other directors that are intimately involved in this work as well say what they see. Most certainly I am out on the bike paths all the time. And I know the other department directors are as well. And Joe, am I consistent with what you see?
Yeah, for sure. I agree with everything you just said, Maris, and the ordinances are an important component of allowing the cleanup team to do what they do. And I think I mentioned a couple of times in my prepared remarks that the encampments do reoccur. That's a reality. And I didn't say it in my prepared remarks, but my personal opinion, observing this work for 15 months or so now, I think there would be large encampments with multiple tents and tarps everywhere if the multi-department team was not doing what it's doing. It can, you still see tents and you still see encampments, so it might appear like we're not gaining any ground, but some of the data and just seeing the truckloads of trash being hauled away and collecting the needles in the propane tanks and things, I think we're having an impact. And I know internal discussions from other departments who previously, before we had an internal team, it was like other staff in our Parks and Rec department who were diverted from their regular duties that were having to do this cleanup work. And I've heard numerous people say that having the internal cleanup crew and seeing what they're doing is a game changer.
Thank you on that. And I guess my last question is really just one for my personal curiosity. When we clean up an encampment that contains a chop shop, are we actually storing the bicycle parts on behalf of the individual running the chop shop while we clean up the tent site?
We do store everything that's there. That, as I mentioned, in our property storage that has value. And I part of the visit that I did this week, I saw our storage facility and how neatly everything is contained. Maris can maybe speak more to this, but I believe the police do cross-check the serial numbers of all the bikes that are in there and attempt to see if they're on a stolen list and reconnect them with their rightful owner if they do. what I heard from one of the police officers when I was visiting the team this week and talking about the storage. And I admit I'm guilty of this myself. I don't know what my bike serial numbers are, but it's really important for people to take a minute and record those. Maris?
Yeah, Joe's absolutely right. The police officers routinely check serial numbers at the encampments. We have lists either through Bike Index, which is our software that we've partnered with bike shops across Boulder and Boulder County for people to put their serial numbers on. Unfortunately, a lot of people do not identify their bikes either by a serial number or some self-identification number on bikes, but also bike parts. And so this is so challenging for the police officers that are investigating what appears to be stolen property if we do not have a picture of the owner with the bike or a serial number associated with it. And obviously the police officer needs some form of reasonable suspicion to even investigate these crimes that we know are going on in some of these encampments. And so I will willingly put a plug out for the community to please enter your serial numbers, not only on your bike, but expensive bike parts that you have, and then take a picture of you and your bike so the police officers have reasonable suspicion to stop people that they think have your stolen property. If that's helpful, Mark.
Yes, it is. Thank you. And that'll be all for me at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. It is 9:20, so I just wanted to do a time check, as we've agreed to do when it gets to 9 o'clock or later. This is our one major agenda item remaining. We have a small one after that. Is everyone comfortable with continuing with this agenda item until it's complete? All right, I'm seeing none heads. All right, but just as we continue forward, keep in mind that we're getting later into the evening. But this is an important discussion. All right, Tara, Nicole, Lauren, Rachel, Junie.
So tonight I mostly want to discuss trash. I have always been interested in trash, incredibly saddened by the way we treat our country and our earth. Just throw things on the floor. I've always been sad about it. I actually have a nonprofit that I'm involved in and have been on the board that deals with trash in the Middle East. So, which there's also a big problem there. So this is the subject that is really, my heart. It really is. So my first question is for Chris Jones. Are you still here? You are. I'm thinking about West Pearl. I know we're not talking about that tonight, but there is a specific area of West Pearl, namely right where I believe not far from Bar Taco, where there sits a very large pile of trash. You know that area. Probably talked to you about it before. Being that I'm worried about rodents as well as how unseemly it is there anything the city can do legally to do something about the trash that sits there or that sits, let's say, on Pearl Street Mall?
Thank you, Councilmember Weiner, for the question. I might actually end up deferring to Chief Harold on this question because the trash I believe that you're mentioning in this particular instance is associated with a particular member of the unhoused that's been chronic, and we've been trying very hard to connect this person with the services that are available to them, and they've just continued to be uninterested in participating in those services. So Maris, I'm wondering, I imagine this all sounds familiar to you and you know what we're talking about. Your thoughts and perspectives on this particular challenge by Bar Taco.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, and thanks for the question. This really is the sad part of the work, and we have sent every available resource to this in-house woman, and unfortunately she refuses help. But more importantly, we should have a discussion on there really is no place to take this woman and all of her belongings on the street. And I think that a lot of the issues we are seeing is because of severe drug addiction and severe mental health issues. Most certainly this woman that we're speaking about on Pearl suffers from severe mental health issues. But I have sent, and I know the other directors have sent just about every available resource that we know, and it's just not good enough. The community calls about this woman probably 3 to 7 times a day, and our police officers are constantly trying to convince this woman to get into housing, and she has a lot of belongings, and unfortunately she's in front of a business that is not occupied right now. So this causes further legal implications for the police officers that are trying to help her. If that's at all helpful.
Yeah, I actually was referring to the trash. For instance, I did ask that woman, would she mind if I clean up the trash? It was mostly like a discarded food sitting there. And so I was concerned about rodents and cleanliness. It's right by restaurants and such, but I guess the two are intertwined then. Yes.
They are, and she claims that as her property, further complicating the situation.
Okay, so then I'm going to move on to the most important thing I want to talk about, ask questions about tonight, and that's going to be the bike underpasses. So I just wanted to thank, who was it that gave us that video earlier? That was Kathleen Hancock, who showed us that video of what the underpasses look like and how hard it is to bike through them and how dark it is. And so we all know, all of us bikers on city council, that when the lights aren't working, is if you're in daylight, as soon as you hit those bike underpasses that have barely any lights or no lights, or, you know, most of them are out, it's really hard to see anything, never mind debris and mattresses and furniture. And so I'm wondering, Joe, first of all, I wanted to thank you for your outstanding work. And I mean, the whole cleanup crew, it's been outstanding. And believe me, when I drive on the Foothills and Arapahoe underpass, it's night and day from when you guys do cleanup. The problem is between the days you do cleanup, because you only have so much staff and money, then that problem reoccurs. And again, it gets pretty unsafe for bikers. I know for me, when I first went on the campaign trail, so to speak, we met with all these different forums, and one of them was with the biking community. And I promised, you know how you promise things, and I said, I want Boulder to be the best biking community where people visit, you know, from out of town. And we're definitely on our way not to being that city if we keep up at this current rate. And so, Joe, my question to you is, what would it take? How many cleanups a week? How much more staff? How much more money? So that we can prioritize the tunnels so that they're safe for bikers and walkers to walk through. Also, Natalie might be on the phone. I guess Kathleen said that there was some lighting fixed in that underpass, so that's great news. So maybe we can tell the community how that's coming with the lighting. And so I guess my question is what can we do? We had pleas from the community on this very subject, because people really do want to bike. They want their kids to be able to bike, and it's getting harder and harder. Is there some outside of the box thinking? Can we increase the cleanups? Can we, what do you suggest?
Aaron, do you mind if I colloquy on that too before he answers?
Yes, please.
You know, I know you love that word, so I just wanted to use it.
I do. Thank you.
Well, I was wondering, you know, I'm an advocate for cycling being treated on par with driving. And so it seems to me that if we had, and this is nothing to do with how I feel about, you know, encampments or where people are, but if we had people, you know, laying down in the street or tents in the street, I think that they'd be moved pretty quickly, and the bike paths don't get that same, you know, treatment. So I just wonder, what do we do for streets, and might we do that similarly for other modes of transportation? Because I mean, I think it does cause some people not to want to bike. And again, this is not to say where I think people should be, but I think that bike paths are a place that I think should be treated equally to cars, and it doesn't seem to be. So just wondering how you handle those cleanups if that happens, Joe, or how you would as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure Natalie wants me to speak for her, and I don't know that she's here tonight, but we have had internal discussions and just recently recognized that there are some lights out in places, and I do believe it's on the collective team's immediate work plan to address those. In terms of what would it take to address the issues, I do think in expanding the cleanup team so that they can get to spots more quickly, get to some of those that don't score as high on our priority list and maybe get missed in the cleanups that we're doing now. I think that would help. Part of what I've experienced just working with the team and being out this week that doesn't show in any of the data and the numbers is that the team, the police officers that are involved, the whole team that's out there, and Kurt and Vicky's group, just connecting with people, developing relationships, working with them to encourage people to get plugged into services. Those relationships and the team that's working on it, they've really established those relationships. Part of what is starting to happen that I just heard this week from our supervisor is that we give the notice on Fridays, and about half of the people that are living in the encampments clean up and move out on their own before we show up at the scheduled time. And not all of them, but a number of those, we give them trash bags and they clean up their own stuff and leave it there for us, or in some cases they put it in neat little piles. So the numbers don't tell that story, but there are positive things that are happening. And if we can build on that with expansion, I think, there's some possibility there. Hard to say, like, can you expect to see half the encampments or something? Really hard to predict. So many.
You don't mind if I chime in there, because another colloquy, Tara. So Joe, I appreciate that answer, and but it sounds like you're talking about an encampment cleanup, which is a little bit different, I think, maybe from what Rachel was talking about, which is about making sure that folks aren't in the right of way. Right, and this is often not about a tent. It's just somebody might sometimes, I say this every once in a while. It doesn't happen very often, but somebody may be sitting in the middle of the bike path, which is not an encampment situation, but just excuse me, sir, you can't be in the middle of the bike path. Please move over a few feet so that nobody hits you and you're safe and nobody falls off their bike. So got on a much lower level than the sort of situation that you're talking about.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. And Rachel, I'm sorry I missed that part of the question. Riding a bike is my preferred mode of transportation to and from my house to work. And I ride on the Goose Creek path a lot. I know exactly what you're talking about. I think this probably is outside my sphere to answer, but I'll offer a few thoughts. I think, as Ali talked about, the ranger program and staffing that up in the Boulder Creek corridor, that can certainly help with that. And with the cleanup crew and the police support that goes with that, I think just having a larger presence out there can help with some of those issues. But if we're not there and somebody hauls a mattress halfway onto a multi-use path, I mean, that there's not really a lot we can do about it when we're not there. But just having more people working on this and more of the resources, I think, would help. But I'll offer the floor to the other directors who may have an opinion on that.
Yeah, Joe, I'll answer that. Obviously, if a bike path is being obstructed by a mattress, by people, and they're causing harm, then my expectation would be the community calls the police and we respond to clear the obstruction. Now, obviously, if this is a tent situation that we have seen in some locations around Central Park and especially the Goose Creek area, when they erect a tent that is obstructing a bike path, we do send officers to ask for voluntary compliance. If that doesn't happen, then we usually come back and get legal advice from our internal and external legal partners. Because the last thing we do is we don't want the behavior to escalate and we're in a use of force situation over a very low level misdemeanor crime. which I think Teresa could agree with me, that is not a good look for the courts. The proportionality of use of force compared to the crime being committed. So those situations are very delicate, but my expectation would be the police would go out and clear the obstruction, especially for those situations that we've seen as of late, where actually cyclists are getting harmed or pushed over in these areas downtown and near Goose Creek, if that's helpful.
That is, Chief Harold, thanks for that. Because yeah, that distinguishment, I think it's a separate issue from encampments and such. It's really about making sure that the bike paths are clear, just like we would expect a street to be clear, as was mentioned before. Thanks. Does that get Rachel's colloquy and Tara's question?
Yes, I just have a few more questions, but so many people have questions, so I'm going to talk really, really fast. And my next question is, actually, I just for a second wondered whatever happened to the if somebody pushes you down on and you're riding on your bike, what actually happens to them? Is it just a misdemeanor? Teresa? Yes.
I believe it would qualify as assault, and the police chief knows the offenses probably better than I, but and certainly it would depend on what kind of injury was sustained.
That's one way to get people to not bike, have that happening, especially children. But I'm going to move on from there because I guess I'll just do one more, and that is the needle. So I was surprised, 5,100 needles is a lot of needles to discard. Did I hear correctly that around the encampments, we do have an opportunity for them to dispose of their needles now, and they're just not doing it now? I've been stepping over a lot of needles lately and driving past a lot of needles. I'm just wondering about that, and that'll be my last question for now.
So one of the things that I experienced with the team and talking to the supervisor this week, they do provide the containers when they do the cleanups and safe disposal of the needles. And I'm not sure I got retained all of the information of what he told me, but I got the impression from his remarks that he felt like that situation was improving the way we're collecting them.
And Vicki Ebner, HHS Senior Operations Manager, just wanted to add on that as Joe mentioned in the presentation, we do have the large containers that are getting placed in the parks. There is also a significant effort through the county public health department and Boulder Community Health around education to people who are living unhoused. And so really about safe disposal, all the things that go with that, and how to dispose of your needles, how to exchange them. And so there are some efforts that are around a lot of the mitigation efforts there. But, at the end of the day, there are still needles in our parks, and it is still an ongoing issue that we have.
All right, Tara, was that your last one?
Yeah, I guess the answer is to really increase cleanup, isn't it? By a lot. Just throwing that out there, folks. Okay, I'm done.
Thanks, Nicole, Lauren, Rachel, Junie.
Thanks, everyone. And thanks to staff for staying late to answer all of our questions and things. I wanted to start just with a comment on the memo itself, and just something that I found just a little curious and wanted to ask about. So like a common joke that I hear among people in Boulder is when you meet somebody who's actually from Boulder or even Boulder County, it's sort of surprising, right? They're kind of like a unicorn. We don't see that very often. I think of all 9 of us on council, not a single one of us is from Boulder County. And so in the memo, it was just a little concerning to kind of see that called out about the unhoused community, that so many people are coming from outside of Boulder County, when I think a lot of our housed residents also come from Boulder County. And so I'm just curious about, if we know how many housed residents come to Boulder from outside. A lot of the folks that I talk to who don't have homes here, they came because they had a job opportunity. They have friends or family nearby. They think it's beautiful. They lost their housing after moving here, but they haven't quite been here long enough to have a support network. And it just feels like separating those of us who are housed from those of us who are unhoused, and our motivations for being here doesn't really help us find solutions to homelessness. So I'd really love to see us stop talking about how many unhoused people are from outside of Boulder County without the context that at least as many, if not more, housed people are from outside of Boulder County. Where we come from isn't a distinguishing factor between housed and unhoused residents, nor should it be. So that's just a general comment, something that I would appreciate seeing in future reports, is that recognition that we're not different that way. So on to some of the questions that I have. I think some of these first questions may be for Kurt. And I am recognizing that the problem we're trying to solve, the thing that we're talking about tonight, is trash. And I will, these questions are kind of getting to a point that I would like to get to, which is kind of the, as we're doing these cleanups, are we really having an impact in getting people to a place where we won't have to keep doing this? Or is this just a problem that's going to kind of keep going? So one of the questions is, are we and service providers seeing need for services for people experiencing homelessness increasing or higher than usual at this point of year? And that was for, I think probably Kurt is the right person to ask that, but maybe Vicky or somebody else can.
Yeah, I think I fixed my camera, and thank you, Allie, for that assistance. Yeah, so I will defer some of that to September 1st. However, we have seen an increase year over year, particularly this year, in the number of individuals who are staying at the Boulder shelter. I was just looking at that data for, we get that data on a daily basis. I was looking at that this afternoon. August, compared to a year ago, we have approximately 30%, a 30% higher number of individuals who are staying at the Boulder shelter. Predominantly, and there's sort of two main categories: those who are engaged in services and those who are not. And that's those who are engaged in services are connected to a reserved bed program. That's where we've really seen the increase. So the real increase has been people who are engaged in services. So that's only one data point. So it's hard to draw conclusions to that. And quite frankly, that's something that we've been talking about. We don't know why that increase is occurring this year. It's very different than other years, year over year. We also know that our point in time count, which was in January, showed a 30% decline in individuals who were unhoused in our community, whereas other parts of the metro area saw a 10 or higher % increase. We also know that this looks very different this month than it did that month or the previous month or the month before. So it is changing.
And Kurt, I'm sorry, you don't have to go into the September presentation now. I think I'm just looking for you're welcome to just kind of give some brief answers. I know you and I talked about this a little bit last week, and I just kind of wanted to bring that conversation out into the open for my other colleagues who were not kind of present at that meeting. But I think, one of the things we had mentioned was that folks do seem to be seeing more people experiencing homelessness. I think the community is certainly telling us that they are seeing more as well, right? And as I understood from our conversation, part of the issue is that we don't have enough services in our region to meet the needs that we have now. We don't have enough places to kind of help people get somewhere that's not on the paths or in the parks or something like that. Is that still correct?
Yeah, again, we can talk about this on the 1st of
Yeah.
September, but I would say that we are housing an extraordinarily high number of individuals compared to other communities.
Absolutely. And I don't mean
and
to deny
sure.
that, just
Yeah.
just trying to get to the sense that I think you and I talked about, that we don't have enough services for folks to be able to kind of move people and to kind of, I mean, is that right? I mean, we don't have enough places for, anyway.
Well, that's a very hard question to
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
And I would just like to make one comment about measuring how long people have been in the community. I certainly agree that we shouldn't be judging people according to that or providing services according to that. But if 50% of the people who lived in Boulder who were housed had arrived in the last 6 months, I think that would be very different than when it actually is. And so it does actually impact our ability to provide services and just getting people engaged in services. So I still think it's a very worthy data point that's important. But I also agree that we shouldn't be judging people according to that. So thank you for that.
Nicole, do you mind if I qualify just on that one point before you move on, which is, I have a couple of data questions too, but I think this one links to this. We do our point in time, our PIT surveys, as I understand it, in January. And I wonder, could we look at doing one additionally, or maybe instead, probably additionally, because you have to do it nationally, right, for January. Could we do one in July when we know the numbers of individuals are higher, and I don't feel like we're getting quite the data that we need. So is that something that we could nail down? I don't know yet. This summer, past July, can we do it September? Or at least start next year?
Yeah, that's a great question, Rachel. Thank you. A slight bit of background. So you're correct. It's done in January each year. It's actually a requirement of HUD. And if you want to receive HUD funding through the COCs, you have to do the point in time count. And we obviously want to participate with that, and we do that fully.
I recant then don't alternative, like we need to do it. Can we also do it?
Yeah. So doing an additional one in July, I think that's a great question, and I think we should maybe consider that. I think that would be helpful for us. I think it would be helpful for the community, as well as how we think about services and how that changes, seasonally. I would, if we did look at that, I would probably want to consider maybe doing it on a countywide basis versus a citywide basis, because that's how the point in time count occurs in our community. And it would be nice to do it in a way which is very consistent with the exact approach that happens in January, just so, as we collect data, consistency is very important. So I would want to explore also with the county to see if they would want to participate. And we could bring back
the acronym of the regionals. Is it MDHI? Like, does we regionally do anything other than the January PIT count?
We don't. So this would be through HSBC. I don't think we'd be able to convince a larger region to participate in that, but maybe so.
Well, and I'll get out of your way in 1 second. But like, my understanding is when I went to the training or whatever with, I think it was MDHI, they were talking about built for zero, and like a linchpin of that was, every individual who's unhoused in your community, kind of the name and where they're living and what resources they need. And it seems like that would require so much more than, a July count. So I guess I'm confused if regionally that's our goal, is the built for zero, and Denver's doing it and other cities. It seems like this would sort of already be built into the system beyond just one day. So I'm surprised we couldn't get everybody on board for at least one day.
If I might add some in there, what you're talking about is very different from a point in time count. Point in time count is fairly anonymous. it's a cross between observations and actual surveys, but again, very anonymous. That has been one of the goals. When, first of all, it would be shameful of me not to point out and really support our HSBC partners. Boulder County was the very first organization within the Front Range area to get 100% on their Built for Zero scorecard. So we are participating with that. But to your point about knowing who's on our streets is incredibly important. And that is one of the charges that we gave to our partners, and our partners were very insistent that they wanted that to be their role when we were reformulating Be There, that could be a way to start getting a better, broader understanding of who's living unsheltered in our community, and then really targeting our resources. In reality, we know who our highest utilizers are. We know who the people that we're connected with, but it's the people who are newer to our community, the people who are not interested in discussing with engagement opportunities that are really tougher to get that information on.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And it's hard for us as you know, like we have a pilot here, and we did ask, and this isn't a knock at anybody, but I think I recall a couple of us asking to make sure that we got, sort of baseline data on numbers and things. And it's hard to evaluate some of the successes, and I'll hold the rest till after I'm not eating into Nicole's time, but appreciate it.
Back to you, Nicole.
That's fine, Rachel. You're going to make me cut to the chase. So, the issue that we're talking about tonight, right, is really focused on trash and encampments. We'll talk about homelessness strategy in another month or so. And to that point, my concern is really that despite picking up so much trash and doing so many cleanups, we're kind of just trying to plug holes in a dam that seems to have more cracks every day. So rather than just clean up, I would really love for us to think about a strategy of harm reduction and how we can move to that kind of strategy. Homelessness and unsheltered homelessness is growing across the region and across the country. We are lacking in kind of resources to be able to meet that need. And the housing market and income inequality are just going to keep exacerbating that issue. There's a lot that we really can't change about these contributing factors because they're national. They're much bigger than us. We're doing a lot of work to get people into housing, and we keep doing these cleanups. But again, it seems like until we get these root causes in hand, we're not going to get to a satisfying solution anytime soon. So when I kind of think about the context that we're operating in, what it feels to me is that our job is really to mitigate harm to everybody in our community, to housed, unhoused, unsheltered folks, and make sure our parks and bikeways are staying open and accessible to everyone in our community. Again, housed, unhoused, and unsheltered. I've heard some really, really good ideas from people in our community who have lived experience in homelessness on how we could mitigate the issues that people are experiencing. So incentivizing folks who are living in our community without shelter to do their own trash pickup, to kind of give them some autonomy and control in that regard. Really excited to hear that there's some safe needle disposals coming. Putting in bathrooms and things, and I know that we tried it in the past and had some issues, but can we find some new things that we could try so that people aren't defecating in doorways? In science, you don't really give up on something. If you try it once and it doesn't work, you figure out why it didn't work, you make some changes, and you try again. So I would really love to see us work towards solving this problem of trash, of inaccessibility, and of kind of public defecating and things like that, really by coming with some solutions on those issues, because I don't think they're going to go away. I think they may just get worse. I think that's something we can do that would promote the dignity and safety of all of our residents, no matter where they live. And I'm not really all that enthusiastic about committing more money to programs that aren't achieving those kind of goals when we know that this is a problem that's just growing. So that is all. I don't think there were questions in there, but that's all my comments.
That's right. I think we're doing one round through council with questions or comments. But Lauren is giving a big open mouth here. Lauren, because you're next. Why do you open mouth?
Only one round. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So
you can do a follow-up if you need to.
I appreciate that this is a really difficult situation. And, you know, I think that the city is trying to make strides towards sort of harm reduction for all. And, you know, I hope that we continue to evaluate these programs and look for how we can improve them, with really that being, you know, our primary goal. So some of the questions I have, oh, and also I just wanted to mention on the Sharps containers, I really do appreciate, one of those is on my bike path, and I do think it's making a difference. And I appreciate that the city has installed a couple of those as the pilot in the part of their pilot project for that. So one of the things, Joe, that you brought up, which is something that concerns me as well, is, you know, people sleeping in areas that are in really high risk of flood and things like that. And but one of the things that I worry about, and I was hoping maybe you could explain your thinking on this, just, you know, to help me, is that as we, you know, in a program that is largely, you know, people calling in to report these things, I have concerns that aren't we going to see just people moving more deeply into areas of infrastructure and things like that where they're not as noticeable, and kind of the safety issues that people trying to be more out of sight might cause.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think since we have established this program, we do see people just move to different locations of the city. I haven't heard from our maintenance team or our cleanup crew that type of thing is occurring. A lot of the infrastructure that you see in the city that has water running in it is actually irrigation ditches, and they're running a lot of the time in the summer. And so it's really limited where people go. But I haven't heard that. The team is out 5 days a week, so they're seeing what's there and where people are camping and where they're locating. So I guess that's what I can offer on that subject.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I also really appreciated the information you brought forward on the storage of personal belongings. That wasn't a program I was aware of. And I just had two questions related to that. Where do people go to recover their items? I guess I'm sort of wondering about transportation connections and like how able people are to actually request their items back and go get them. And then also, what percentage of belongings do we typically see like recollected?
Both good questions. There's on the notice that we give out on the notification day, there's a phone number that people call. It's a different look, and so they can make arrangements to meet with a staff member and a police officer. And I think they do make accommodations for transportation and help them. I'm seeing a note coming to me right now to help me answer this question. And what was the other part of your question?
Oh, just how
what percentage of people collect them?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, not a lot. It's actually fairly rare. And sometimes people call and make arrangements to come and pick it up and don't show up.
Mm-hmm.
But it is in working with the whole city team, I know that it's a very strong legal requirement that we do it and do it right.
Thank you. There were a couple of sections. One of the things that, this laid out well was the desired long-term outcomes. And I appreciated going through the different goals and kind of what data is being collected. One of the ones I have concerns about was water contamination. And I was kind of expecting to see numbers around like, water testing and what our contamination levels look like on Boulder Creek. And I didn't see any of that information in the report. And I also struggled to find anything after like 2019 on our website. And I was just wondering, are we going to have data like that we're collecting as part of this?
We do have a program in utilities in our water quality group that are sampling routinely along Boulder Creek, and it's part of our water quality reports. We can certainly get you that information and those links, and it's continuous and it's up to date. And it is a fair point that the trash and the human waste that goes with the camping is a source of contamination for the creek, and we worry about that. The difficulty for the water quality team that's doing the sampling is a drop of water comes down the creek and it moves by, and it's very transient. And they do the sampling, they do take it to the lab, they see what's in the water and whether it is a concern or not, but it's difficult to know what to attribute that to. One of the problems that we have in Boulder Creek water quality is some of the stormwater pipes, and raccoons crawl up them and go to the bathroom, and it's a source of contamination in the summer, especially when creeks are low. So hard to attribute what we're seeing to specific sources. But there is a program investigating that. I think it's going to always be difficult to know what's coming from the homelessness.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, it's just one piece of many pieces that I think we should be looking at. I work very close to the creek, and I think it would be great if we had more public restrooms closer to, the farmer's market and that kind of south of where we currently have them, or sorry, east. I was also, along that line of data collection, wondering how we're tracking if public space is safe and welcoming. Is that just since that's one of the goals and we're talking about what kind of data collection and things we're doing, is there plans to do polling around that, or what kind, or is there any data collection that we are looking at to try and determine if we're succeeding at that goal?
I think part of that is answered by the collection of the data that we're tracking, and we showed some of the highlights in our presentation tonight. So it's the cumulative effect of that. I do know that there are a couple elements where surveys are part of the data and the metrics. I'm looking back through the slides to see if I can put my eyes on that really quickly, but it is a part of it. I'd invite Vicki or Kurt or others to add to it if I said anything wrong or you have anything to add.
And I think sort of more specifically, I know we're collecting, data around crime reporting and various things of like feeling unsafe, clearly, but that's not necessarily the same thing, right, as feeling safe, because a reduction in crime reports could just mean people have given up on reporting it. Like it's not always, correlated necessarily.
Lauren, I hear you. And Joe, I can chime in here, not to correct anything, because I think you answered that really well, but I'll add that one of the goals is that users of public space report feeling safe and welcome. And there's a couple of surveys that we have as baselines that have been conducted in the past, both by the city and Downtown Boulder Partnership. And the intention would be to use those. And I would just highlight that is a data point that we would want to consider with others, right? And just it's a perception of feeling of safe, feeling of welcome. We've done that work in tandem with other city efforts about feeling welcome and inclusive in spaces, and it also relates to our equity goals. The other thing that I'll highlight that I think aligns with this conversation is some of the work that connects to my earlier conversation with you tonight about the Boulder Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Some of our engagement was with members of our unhoused community. And we asked questions specifically about values in public spaces and learned that members of our community from various demographics, including our unhoused community, have the same values for our public spaces. We intend to continue that conversation by having at some point that is not planned or on our work plan, but in 2023, we would continue this using these tools and have a conversation about behaviors and across the community and in public spaces, start talking about our shared expectations for public spaces. So that was a whole lot of words. It's late and I'm rambling, but Lauren, I hear you, and we are doing this, and we intend to continue the conversation about what does it look like for everybody to feel safe and welcome.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Allie. And I have another one for you specifically. So you mentioned the urban park rangers have been citing people for things, and you kind of mentioned what some of those citations are. Are we going to get any data around sort of what citations are? Okay, that would be great.
Absolutely. We're 6 weeks in and working on that. So just to be clear, one of the things that we have been incredibly intentional about is that the way we collect data is the same way other people are collecting data. So it's not parsed and you're seeing one city, one data when you look at it, right? But as far as parsing it out and seeing what exactly the actions of the urban park rangers, I think it would be really appropriate to report out on that.
That would be great. Thank you. And then Maris, I had one question for you. You mentioned that we have the team of 3 people that's helping with this work. And then I think it was mentioned that, the cleanups that involve police are happening about twice a week. And so I was just wondering, is this team of 3 doing other kinds of work related to this throughout the rest of the week? Or are you kind of like shuffling them in with other teams doing other work throughout the city? I was just trying to understand how.
That's a great question. So the majority of their time is spent on these issues. We have to post the encampments. They're engaged in service delivery as well as the hot team. And obviously they go out with the whole team as well, and they clean. So I would say the majority of their time is spent on these issues. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. That was it.
That's it? Okay. Let's see, we got Rachel and then Jeannie, and then I'm going to call on myself.
All right. I'll try and be quick, but I make no promises. Nuria, did we ever get a fire update?
I had asked Maris to chime in as we finish this conversation, but I don't know, Maris, if you've got something to share.
I'm going to call upon Steve if he's still with us, because he's got his radio and I've turned mine off so I could listen. The last I heard is that we had it contained, but they were still working on it. It's a large house, and they have not got the whole thing under control yet. Steve, you got an update for us?
Yes, good evening, Steve Redford, Deputy Police Chief. I did speak to our police commander that was on scene a short time ago, and it's quite a large single-family home. They are calling it under control at this time, but it took, I guess it's maybe 4 stories, so it took some time to get under control. There's about 6 homes without power in the area due to some power issues that came up, and we still have some roads closed, but at this point, they're kind of in what they're calling overhaul mode, the fire department's telling us. So a positive note is the residents were all able to get out of there safely, and at this point, we're not reporting that there were any injuries. So I know our fire partners are probably going to be there well into the night working on this, what I'm being told.
Thanks so much for that. That was, I think, distracting probably a lot of us. So it's great to hear that everybody made it out safe, and thanks to the fire department if they're watching. Nuria, while I'm still with you here, I just wanted to verify that maybe we could plan at the end of this discussion to have like a list of commitments, like, I've talked about a new point in time number. I think Matt was getting at maybe an end date for at least portions of the pilot. So I just want to kind of prepare in advance for maybe some closure with some dates attached. Okay, and then Maris, well, maybe while you're still there, and I'd like to preface all my questions with, I do not intend any of these to, I hope they don't make anyone defensive. I'm just trying to get information and understand and to do my job best. So I hope everything is received in a wonderful spirit. When you talked about the crime rates, sometimes in criminal justice, if you're policing something more, you're going to find more crime. It's like if they take an X-ray of your lung, they're going to find all the spots that you weren't even worried about yet. So I just want to know, do you control for that data at all? Given that we know we get a lot of calls about homeless encampments, and you're going out there a lot, and then the crime rate's up. I'm not saying it's not actually up, but how do we control that data?
I'm going to let Dr. Reinhardt, who is crunching these numbers and looking at these trends constantly, weigh in here. Dr. Reinhardt.
Yeah. So my name is Dr. Reinhardt. I work for the Boulder Police Department. So the way that I controlled for that is I looked at two different ways of identifying encampments, unsanctioned camping. The first was all of the locations where officers issued tickets. And so I think that could experience the kind of issue you're describing. The second kind of unsanctioned camping I used as sort of like a baseline was all of the citizen reported encampments. So the citizen reported encampments, they're not conveyed to the police department, like they're not conveyed to officers. They're conveyed to the public space reclamation team. And so that to me represents a data point that the officers, because they're unaware of, it seems like that might be more free from that kind of bias. And so what we found was that crime was concentrated around the encampments that officers aren't told about and the ones that officers ticketed. And that's sort of consistent with some research that I saw that came out of Portland, Oregon. So that's sort of how we did that.
So in the second category, you're saying officers, I guess there's still crime happening there. So somehow officers are ending up there, but it's not in relation to somebody reporting it. You're saying it's not because the officers went out there that they find a crime. People are out there and know about them, and then separately something's called in, a person who's living at the camp calls for help or something.
Kind of.
I understand how that, like, you're out there and the community members reporting it, so somebody's aware of it, but you're saying somehow there's a firewall between that department and the police that assures your data validity.
Yeah, so more or less. So not necessarily at the encampments, but what we did is we looked at concentric circles from them. And so we used 350-foot buffers because that is kind of what other studies have done. And that's kind of consistent with like one city block in some places. And so we looked at crime sort of around that area. So within one city block of them, and then 2 city blocks and 3 city blocks. And we found that crime was dispersing further from both of those sets of encampments, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that clarifies. Okay, thanks. I would be interested maybe in getting some more information on that email to us, the 2 different types and how you can kind of really confirm your validity.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. I just want to say as a general thing, and I brought this up last year too, I do not like separating the discussions where we talk about homelessness one month and we talk about kind of outdoor spaces a different month, because these are so tied together and it's really hard to say what you want to do on subject A without being able to say, but I'm going to need, this assurance on some, on the second part. So, we're going to do, it feels like we're sort of being asked to, I know we're not voting on anything tonight, but generally, kind of moving towards, we're going to need more funding for this or that, but like, especially for those of us who really want to see more services, like that's part of the discussion and hard to tease them apart. So if there's a way for future years to have a longer meeting on both subjects together, that would really be appreciated. So I've asked for, when is the pilot going to end? We'll come back to that. Let's see. My next question's over here. Bear with me. Okay, so there's a part in the background of the memo. It says most communities of 50,000 people or less have no resources for homelessness assistance. Most communities under 200,000 in population have minimal resources dedicated to the issue, but consistent with our homelessness strategy and the county working together, countywide partnership tasked with policy decisions related to single adult homelessness. we've been able to leverage resources to house approximately 1 person per day in all 4.5 years of our existence. And that this is significantly better than typically provided in a county the size of Boulder County. So my question is really, I keep coming back to, it seems like sort of the county gets the money and is really tasked with health and human services. And that's a lot of what we're talking about when we get into resources. And then we're trying to do both that and what we're talking about tonight. And I guess are we really better off by leveraging, and having these separate teams working on it? I think I could make a pitch for the county doing more and us doing less. So I never get good data on what the county, like what money's going into the county for serving people who are currently unhoused and where they're putting that money. I know a lot goes into housing first, but I would love for our September conversation to really have good numbers on that, if that's possible to get. What is the county paying, not for housing, not for the people who are getting housing, but for those who remain unhoused? Because that's largely what we're talking about, sort of trying to make improvements on in our city. And I worry that we're kind of we are maybe carrying the county's water for them as well as our own. That question, I guess, is for you, Kurt.
Thank you, Rachel. And I know you posed that question to me the other day as well. So I will say that that's something we're working on, not just in comparison to, or not just information from the county, but comparisons to other cities along the Front Range as well. I don't know how far we're going to be on September 1st, we're working towards answering that question. I don't know how complete we're going to be able to answer it, but it's our intention to satisfy that as much as we can. And if we can answer it by September 1st, we may need more time. But I think it's certainly a valid question. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation tonight, other cities are even much more difficult to get that information.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, there's we often get compared to Denver. Denver's doing this, and, Denver's a city and a county together. And you really have to, I think, kind of tease out who's in, which lane is ours and which lane is theirs, and make sure that the lane they're getting funded to fund that they're doing that. So if they're not providing enough housing and shelter and maybe a sanctioned encampment for their community members, we should be pushing for that. Okay, for our community members, but monetarily theirs, I'm saying. Okay, looking at, let's see. So Adam Swetlick had really pressed for the intended goals and outcomes. And I think that's what probably translated into the program goals slide that was presented by Joe. So thank you for that. And, it seemed like that was in keeping with what I understood the majority to be voting for last year. I think that the notion was that we would have kind of less trash and fewer campers if we did all these steps and committed the $3 million. And it really does not look to me like the data is favorable at this point. When I read the program goals, no camping in public spaces, connected to coordinated entry for people who need it, access to public space not impeded, reduction in crime, visitors have access to knowledgeable resources. Sounds like we're doing maybe well on that one. And then Joe, your crew is being able to safely access the critical infrastructure and free the waterways of contamination. So, I think what we're hearing tonight is we're not necessarily making those goals, and I know we're not making decisions tonight, but again, I think it comes back to some of the data that we're asking about, so that when we come back and do make a decision on this pilot, we really have the information that we need. So if the goal is a reduction in the average number of new encampments a day or a week, I'm not sure I can tell, looking at what I've seen, that we have the drill down information and the weekly data that we need to know what, I know we know what we're kind of clearing and seeing, but when we talked about that built for zero data and the real granular data, I don't know how we can make good decisions without having something close to that. And I think that, a summer PIT count would be great. But I think we also need, if the goal is to know, like, are we reducing X, Y, and Z, it just doesn't seem like we quite have the level of detail that we need. And given that it was asked for last year, I understand staffing shortages have made it difficult, but that definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Like, I don't want to come back whenever we come back to check in and say you haven't been able to start it yet, because then it feels like it's just going to keep going and we won't be able to make an informed decision on whether that's helping on any of the measures we're going for. That's probably, I don't think there was a question in there, but I would love for Nuria's wrap up, maybe just we really, I think a lot of us are asking for crisper data.
Yep.
Thanks.
I appreciate that. I really do, Rachel. And I say that's, I think, why the team is moving forward on extending this work, right? Because we don't have the data that we think is reliable, that right now really shows a period that we can land on. I don't know that I was that clear when Matt was asking the question about the extension of the pilot. I mean, our proposal is to extend it, and that's what you will see in the budget. So I guess the budget approval or not is part of that discussion and that inflection point there. But I think it's too early yet, and it's too soon. We're seeing more, we're seeing increases in need, and we're seeing some really good outreach, but I don't know that we have correlation data yet as we think about what that looks like with the encampment cleanup team. We don't yet have a full year's data on the ambassadors, and certainly we know anecdotally that they have been a huge success and really supportive, and community seems to like them, but we're still collecting some of that data. So that is one of the reasons, as we continue to look at some of the work that's moving forward, is that we really want to be crystal clear about making data-informed decisions. So we don't know that yet. But I do think that that's a conversation to be had, and we'll see that in the budget. If there will be decisions. It's about $750,000 to fund the additional cleanup crew in Joe's shop. That's a decision point to be made if we're going to do those efforts and double down on additional cleaning. It could be that there are additional ideas as that moves forward, but those are some policy considerations that will be matched with budget that we hope to hear from.
Okay, you just made me think of one last question. What became of we weren't able to hire the police officers? I think there was $1 million left in that budget. Where's that going? Like, we really dedicated that in the budget a year ago to help with this issue. Do we have $1 million to do something with? I feel like we could do something great with $1 million. And
I'll ask Maris to talk a little bit about her budget, but she's got 3 officers now, a 4th coming forward, and 2 more that are coming into fruition by the end of the year. So those 6 officers are going to be hired as that moves forward.
They weren't hired, like they were authorized a year ago we didn't spend that money in the last year. And I think that was true of some, maybe a range or 2. So I guess I would maybe, I don't know, maybe that's on the list. Like, where is that? If that money was set aside and we intentionally were like, we're going to go with this, this bucket of ideas to help, resolve this situation. And if we have money left over from that, I feel like council should probably have a chance to say, well, let's try this.
Oh, I think we're definitely going to have conversations about salary savings at all levels, right? Because it's not just police, it is a variety of departments who have not been able to fill those vacancy savings, and what has that been used for, and what does that look like? So we'll certainly have those conversations in the budget meetings. And I just wanted to mention to your other question that you asked about the PIT count. My understanding and I'm getting a note from finance that unspent funds are available for one-time uses, and they revert back to fund balance after reserves. But again, a bigger conversation to have with our budget team.
Right. And for this particular conversation, since we are so strategic there, the one-time choice.
Yep. For the point and count, as I'm hearing it, and Kurt, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think there is interest in thinking about doing something at a different point. In addition, I think we need to go back and think about what does that look like in terms of timing, in terms of our partners, in terms of resources, because that is not something that we have perhaps accounted for. But I understand that Kurt seems supportive of the idea, and I think we just need some time to explore. Perhaps we can bring that back at the September 1st meeting And if not, he'll certainly let us know. But I think there seems to be some support to moving forward in that direction. Kurt, am I speaking out of school for you?
That's perfect. Yeah. And I think at September 1st, if we can bring more information about an approach that we would take, that would be an opportunity for council as a whole to give us input on if they had support for that or not.
And just one thing that I got emailed, I guess at least one person watching our
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes.
Sorry, we are almost at the 10:30 threshold, which requires a motion to extend the meeting. So I wonder if I could have such a motion from someone.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. I got it. A bare majority, but only barely. But let's try. We'll push through. See if we can.
I got just one more piece of information to share. Somebody watching this emailed that there is a summer PIT count going underway in Denver and Dougco, and one was done 2 years ago in Jeffco. So I don't know if we can maybe piggyback on the ones that are happening right now. That would be great. Maybe it could be done before September. A girl can dream. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. Okay, Junie, and then I'll call myself, and then Tara.
Thank you, Aaron. Most of my questions have actually been answered. I welcome the comment made by Nicole earlier, and when I was reading the memo, I had the same question and concern about who are the unhoused community, and because of the way it was mentioned in the background. And I wanted to know, at least from staff, and my question is, those people who come to Boulder, are they people who come here looking for jobs? Because I remember even when I was running and a few times thereafter, I have talked with people who expressed to me that actually they become homeless after moving to Boulder when they start working. So do we keep data on that, on how these people, certain people become homeless in the community?
Councilmember Joseph, thanks for that. I'm not going to respond to that now, and we'll use that question for September 1st and see what information we might have to help answer that.
Well, I asked you a question, you said you're not going to answer it, or do you not have the answer? That's two different things.
I'm not going to answer it because I don't have the information, and I don't want to give an answer that's not complete.
Okay.
So if I just sort of rephrase that, Kurt, like you need some time to come back with the answer, and you will do so for September 1st. Is that a fair rephrasing?
Yes. I don't know what information we have on that. We'll have to look at that to know whether or not we can answer it.
But at least you'll do your best.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you. Sorry, Judy. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. I have another question. I think Lauren mentioned earlier that she's seen the signs actually for the disposables, or she's seen the disposable for the needles. I have not seen them, and I have walked the trail. So I'm wondering if there's any signage for that.
Judy, I'll chime in. I don't know the answer off the top of your head what signage there is. My understanding is that we were waiting for a supply contractor for these to actually be in place in the park. And so I believe one is installed but not available, but certainly our intention is that they're visible and known, and would be not only visible, but communicated through the various connections we have. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And also, I just wanted to make the comment, Kurt, I find the way you respond to me extremely disrespectful. I've been a council member for about almost 3 years now, and I've shown you as much grace as I can in the work that I do. And at many, many occasions, you've talked to me in the way that you've responded, and I find that absolutely disrespectful. Thank you.
Kurt, Nuria, I wonder if we, maybe just a response to that from Ginny.
I'd be glad to respond. I'm sorry if I came off that way. It wasn't my intention. I wasn't aware of that previously.
I wonder maybe if Kurt, you and Ginny could connect tomorrow. And if that's inappropriate, let me know. But maybe the two of you could talk, because I think we do not want council members getting that feeling in meetings.
Yeah, I'd be glad to connect next week.
No, I appreciate that, Mayor, and I know that certainly we can connect. And Kurt, I appreciate that. And not an excuse, but I also just wonder, as we get into this lateness of the hour, we tend to be a little curt, no pun intended, Kurt, and just want to be thoughtful about these exchanges that we have with each other and how to continue to have a positive dialogue as we move forward.
That is an important call. Okay, Ginny, apologies it took that turn. Do you have anything else that you'd like to add?
There's not much I can add to that. I just expect courtesy as a council member, and that's all, nothing more. And thank you very much, Aaron.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm I think the only one who hasn't said anything, and then I'll try to wrap this up here. I won't talk for too long. All of my questions got answered, so I don't have any follow-ups. I'm just going to offer a few quick thoughts. So one is that I'm a big fan of the downtown ambassadors. So they're doing a great job. I'm downtown all the time. I think they're awesome. So thanks for that program. And sorry, I'm tired, so I'm not the most articulate right now. I will say that we do have some options coming online at the state level that may help out with some of these issues. You know, hundreds of millions of dollars are being devoted to behavioral health issues and housing. So hopefully we'll be due with some assistance here before too long. I was glad to hear we're going to get an update on the STAR program soon, because I think when it does come online, it can help with our resources and provide some additional solutions for folks. I appreciate the answers about how we can ask and require people to move out of bike paths for safety and mobility reasons. Glad to hear about the Sharps containers. And then I wanted to echo as well what Nicole was talking about in terms of some kind of relatively simple things that could help, and other options for helping with this, like providing additional trash containers, that can be used, that can be emptied fairly frequently. And we added some additional restrooms in the creek path a few years ago. That was great. I think more restrooms are good for everybody. Families with kids need a restroom sometimes. People who don't have a home need a restroom sometimes. So do all of us. So I think those are always helpful to have online. So I'd love to see some more of that. And then this is more of a September 1st thing, but I just Denver has had some great luck with their safe outdoor spaces and providing alternatives to encampments. So where they had one, these are essentially sanctioned encampments. They had one that they stood up a couple of years ago where they essentially had a substantial unsanctioned encampment and were able to move like 2/3 of those folks into a safe and managed place to live that had more options for them. Anyway, so love for us to look at things like that as well to help with these issues. I'm going to leave it there. It's really late. We're all tired. But Terry, you got your hand up. But if anybody needs to say one more thing, you can, but let's try to close up here.
Well, now that you brought up that other thing, whatever. We'll talk about that sanctioned camping some other time, I assume.
I'm just throwing it out. I'm not expecting anybody to agree or disagree with me.
Okay, but that's not what I wanted to say. I do want to say that I really hope that we can look outside the box for some of these cleanup answers. And I know a lot of community members. Thank you for all the community members who wrote to us with ideas, and some of them were pretty good. So in the back of my mind, I was wondering, cleanup wise, is there a possibility for a very specific working group that maybe, because I've been a part of city working groups and they're fantastic when we have a very specific subject and then we get some input on how we can solve it. So I'm wondering about that. And I do want to thank all the community members that wrote with their ideas. Just so you know, I almost read all of them. I haven't had a chance to read, there was quite a few of them. And so that was my latest thought that I don't need an answer to now, but I would sure love to go into solutions now that we've established the, and any out-of-box solutions that we can think of that normally are not thought of, because it's, you know, it's unusual times, and you never know, sometimes out-of-the-box solutions can work.
Thanks for that, Tara. Okay. Good enough for this one? All right, this is among the most complicated and challenging topics that we work on as a city. I'm deeply grateful to all the staff members who've worked with us on this topic tonight, who do the work day by day, and to my council colleagues for the discussion tonight. So thank you very much, everyone. All right, so we're after 10:30, which means it requires a vote to take up a new matter, but I'm going to propose something. We have the COVID, what we do next. We're exhausted. I wonder, Nuri, if we could maybe just get a short email update on this and talk about it at the very beginning of our special meeting next week.
I'm sure we can, and I'll ask Pam to do that. Pam has been leading sort of our recovery efforts as we move forward, and appreciate her staying up late, but we can certainly do that. And mostly what we would want to know from council is, when do you think you want to come back? And so if you have that question in your mind, you can let us know, because then we can start preparing council chambers and notifications to the public. Staff will be back on the 22nd in its full hybrid capacity, as we have now reached yellow. So we will send you that information, and we will figure out how to get that input from you.
Very good. Are people comfortable with deferring that to next week? I'm seeing mostly head nods, but not entirely. Nicole?
Yeah, I am. And I just really want to apologize to Pam and folks who stayed up late with us for that. So I'm truly sorry. Thank you for being here. And I hope we can try to not let that happen in the future.
100% echo that, and we would get you on at the beginning of the next meeting, subject to CEC approval. Matt?
My only question is, does delaying it to next week delay staff's runway they need in order for us to actually go back in person in some form? So I'm only worried. My only concern is, are we delaying a whole bunch of process by kicking the can till next week? In which case that worries me, because if we can just knock that decision out, then we're not holding staff up for a decision we need to ultimately make. Like, do they need 2 weeks from our decision to be ready for us? In which case we kind of need to work backwards from that. So that's more just an open-ended question to maybe Nuria and Pam before we actually sign off tonight. I just don't want to get caught on the process end.
Pam, since you're here and you stayed up with us, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, no, I'll keep it brief. I think the one decision that maybe we'd like to clear with you, if we delayed it next week, can we take August 18th off the table as the first day back? The biggest thing I think of is the sort of no penalty adjustments to the food orders and things like that we do. It would be nice to be able to give those vendors notice and let them know. So happy to delay to next week. My recommendation, if we do, is that we'd be looking at September 1st being the earliest day back.
I think no on August 18th is a pretty safe bet. So, okay, everybody? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks for that, Matt. And thanks for that, Pam. And again, apologies. All right. That then brings us to the end of our meeting. Thanks again, everyone, for your time and attention tonight, and take care and have a good night. I'll gavel us close at 10:37. Take care.